was playing the front, which is only for a little while longer. Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett, and I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on YouTube. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it, especially if you love the movies?
Tango Shalom is now available on all VOD
major platforms. I think we messed that up.
Video on demand, or as they say in the trade, VOD.
VOD. Tango Shalom is now available on all VOD platforms,
which means
video on demand.
Look how you know. You must be a high school graduate.
I'm a college graduate.
Really?
Yes.
I got an honorary degree from Hofstra. Did you get an honorary degree?
No, I got a degree.
Oh, well, I got honorary. You know, I'm in the Jewish Museum.
What for?
What do you mean? As a famous Jew in the Bronx. I'm in the famous...
I'm in the Prospect Park in the Stones.
How big is the stone?
Hello, and welcome to Midnight Metal.
Greetings, metalheads. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, your master of fun and wonder, your viceroy of verisimilitude, Robert Meyer Burnett, and this is Midnight Metal 60. This fakakta show has been going on for 60 episodes. My God, how metal are we? First of all, I just want to point out, we're going to talk Eternals here, but we're going to talk, the first half hour is going to be spoiler-free, and I also want to point out, if you want to hear my conversation with Sammy Differ, the costume designer of Eternals, you can, wherever you get your podcast. The new Designing Hollywood podcast went up today with my interview with Eternals costume designer Sammy Differ. She was also the costume designer on movies like Ex Machina. She designed the Ant-Man costume. She's working on Quantum Mania, Ant-Man and the Wasp 3, but I didn't talk to her about that. I didn't want to get into spoiler territory and get in trouble. But I've got my compatriots, Lael and our panel of professorial YouTubers tonight. For them, it's 3:30 on the East Coast. But you know what?
Yes,
tomorrow we fall back, so I don't know what that's going to do to standard time. I want to ask the two of you: are you guys?
Yeah.
Are you feeling metal tonight?
Oh, hell
Yes,
yes.
it's midnight metal. It's
Hell
midnight
yes.
metal.
Okay, we've got a controversial subject tonight. You know, fandom has been buzzing. Critics have been buzzing. We're going to talk Marvel's Eternals. I know you've all seen it, so we're going to have a conversation about it because there's lots going on. There's a lot of interesting editorializing that's been going on throughout the fandom community, through the YouTube pundit space. And for the first half an hour of the show, we're going to be a little spoiler-free. But I think, you know, Lael, we were talking right before we went on.
Yes.
You had some thoughts. Now,
Yes.
so I know, liked the movie quite a bit. Did you not?
Yes, I enjoyed it very much. It was, I loved it. I enjoyed it, and I took my mother to see it. It was a great film. I had fun. This film, I would recommend to anyone to go see.
Yes.
Lael, what do you think?
I loved it. I love the film, for the scope, for the vision. Um, I love the simple fact that it did, in my opinion, pay homage, just to Kirby's intentions. Especially with the characters, that the character display themselves. Um, I okay. So are we having this discussion right now? Are we
Dude,
Sure, go right ahead.
we're right in the
we're
middle
not-
of it, bro. Come
we're
on,
right in the
we
middle.
But not the
So
spoiler part.
no
no, not the
spoilers.
spoil. No. So this is not the spoiler part. So here's my thing. Me myself, I loved the film, but the thing is, I was very observant the entire time. I was not only just observant of just taking in the sequences, first act, second act, third act, but I also gauged the crowd. I gauged the crowd to basically see the level of interest in the film, and if whether or not there's a firm understanding, or even if there's people who are inquisitive about these individual characters. So watching it and watching each individual act played out, um, Toya was there with me, my daughter, my 22-year-old, she was there with me. And normally I can tell when, their level of interest when it comes to a film. Number one, my daughter, she's extremely inquisitive, so she'll ask me questions, throughout. But she was so engaged and focused that she didn't. Reason being is because she was trying to understand characters who she's never heard of before.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So she never heard these characters, and and also even Toya, she never heard of these characters before. So it it right there, it just sparked something in me. I was like, you know what? What I had to understand was these people are trying to basically find a way to link what they know about the MCU to this particular film.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So they were trying to basically see where there would be certain similarities, certain things that they can actually pull on. Not that they didn't expect or want to see something different, but at that same time, they wanted it to kind of feel like it was an MCU film. Now, I'll tell you right off the bat, to me, it felt like an MCU film. Now, it felt like an MCU film, but it also felt like a different approach. Once we get to the third act, that's when you're getting into that MCU trope, that feel of a film. But, I heard a lot of people talking about the first act and the second act were a bit slow. But I understood the reason why it had to be that way. The reason why we're dealing with characters again, and I said this even in my review. I said the simple fact that, like the title says, Eternals. These are people who have lived for millennium. They have lived for millions and millions of years. So of course there's going to be a character study. Of course there's going to be a bit of, backstory and going back to see what happened throughout history. Even though they couldn't interfere, they still influenced history to push forward instead of going backwards. Basically society, humanity itself. So seeing this, and also seeing how the crowd interacted with, the visuals, with the story, it led me, and I was like, you know what? Now I understand. It wasn't the simple fact that they weren't enjoying it. It was the simple fact that a lot of them just didn't understand. They didn't know too much about these individual characters. And not to say that they had to go back and read source material, that they would. I mean, a lot of people just want to go enjoy the film. They're not going to read it. And I get that.
Well, I think you're making a great point that I haven't really articulated it as much, but all these other characters in the MCU, we all know them. We grew up with them. We all have a cursory knowledge that, okay, Steve Rogers was Frozen, he's in World War II, then he came. We all know Thor's the God of Thunder, Iron Man's Tony Stark. I mean, everybody, we had them in cartoons, we had them in comic books and in video games, and so no one knows the Eternals at all.
Exactly.
I mean, even you could say, well, I read the Kirby. No, you didn't. I mean, some of us did. I did. I've got the first omnibus they released. And I've got Neil Gaiman's. I read Neil Gaiman's run when it came out. I pulled my Eternals miniseries from the '80s. That wasn't very good, but I have it. And so I knew the characters were. But most people don't. They have absolutely no pop culture imprint at all.
as
So
far as the characters go. You're right. And
none.
even if you've read, and like I said, I have the original. If you've read it, first of all, if you read the original version, you'll understand where, and you'll see where. Wait a minute. At first, and that's the way I felt. Like even years ago, I was like, wait a minute. This is New Gods. Like this is like I'm reading New Gods all over. Yeah, it's just like this version of New Gods is just mainly more set in. And the thing is, you can even see like back then it was set more in modern times, but it was just his way of modernizing the story, the same story that we actually got from New Gods, but it was just different. The transition, so you can see it. But again, it was one of those things where you and I, Rob, and people who have read comics over the years, we've dealt with these characters, even like some of the things that we didn't know or we've forgotten about, we're able to go back and read just to kind of get familiarize ourselves with it. A lot of people won't and haven't because again, they haven't heard. And you know what? The biggest thing that I loved about this movie that they didn't do and they didn't rely on is the simple fact that we know, or the audience is looking for familiarity. They want to actually see where connective tissue would be. But they didn't rely on that, and they didn't do it.
No,
I'm so glad they didn't.
And something else too, I've noticed that the more female audience members seem to have liked the film than male audience members have. And I think because when you go to a superhero movie, we're so used to there's the heroes and the villains. There's really there's no traditional villains in this film, and the deviants in the original comics were characters. Yeah. In this, they're just basically wild animals.
Yeah, like
and so the deviants in the comics are these poor bastards they're like the mutant. They're like the Mole Man, from Fantastic Four. So and they were real characters. So and I think the way they sold this movie is that there's going to be this big battle between the deviants and the Eternals, and that's not the case. I mean, it's more like the deviants are vermin that run around and eat people, and the Eternals are supposed to get rid of them. So it's not like they're not traditional villains, and that's not even what the movie's about. That's just kind of like, well, we're custodians, and I think that the film is doing something entirely different than any other Marvel Cinematic Universe movie is. As a matter of fact, it's not even concerned with being. Basically, what it is it's giving you unknown backstory to the MCU. The whole movie's backstory to the MCU, all of it. And then it was funny because when I was watching the movie, the first 2/3 of it, I was interested in it, but I wasn't totally in the movie until moving into the third act. Some things happened in situations that we thought were the case were not the case, and suddenly I'm like, wow, this is really interesting. And then I was really locked in, and then by the end of the movie, like I've talked about the cosmology of the film and where it leaves Earth, where it leaves the people of Earth, and where I would I would imagine everyone is irrevocably changed, but sort of you can't look up in the sky anymore and not think to yourself, and that's going to fundamentally change the Marvel Cinematic Universe. But I really enjoyed the movie because it really was about it's about a family that is trying to come back together ultimately, and we watch a family dynamic, and it is totally not what a Marvel movie is because there is no traditional villains. And I would ask you, how did you have a background knowledge of these characters, and when you went into it, what were you bringing with you? What were your expectations, and how did you feel about the film?
Well, this is a very good question to you, gentlemen. Of course, I had heard of the Eternals, but I don't have the comics for the Eternals. So I don't have as strong of a background on these characters, but I knew who they were. And, when I first heard that Chloe Zhao would be directing this film, and I might have said this before, she had won for Nomadland, and that film Nomadland for me felt more like a documentary about a certain lifestyle of people in the United States. And I felt that the film itself had somewhat of a dour feel to it. And, the film was a little criticized, by some people who may have been featured in the film, or the film that it was based on a book about this Nomadland lifestyle. And although she won, it was a great film. It was very kind of like, it had a sad undertone. And so I was concerned because to go from a film like that to, a superhero film, which generally tends to have very high moments, and, there has to be incredible amount of stimulus in the film to get you to a point of excitement and pleasure. I was concerned about that. So, I had my reservations about what this film, the outcome would be, like what would it look like? And then you guys remember when we got the first teaser trailer and there wasn't a lot of information in it. And I almost had to ask myself, I'm like, is this the same group of people? It didn't really have what I felt should have been in the trailer. And also, I don't think that the trailers themselves feature the characters maybe at their best points.
No, I agree.
I think it was intriguing. I think they spent a lot of money on, getting us seeing photographs of the team. And we did, we saw, some people show their powers. We even saw, some scenes where you got to see their ship, which looked amazing, by the way. It reminded me of something from 2001. But, it didn't quite hit the mark for me. And then when we got the second teaser trailer, I got excited because they filled in a little bit more information. And, they kind of were saying, well, initially they said, well, when you care about something, you fight for it. And I remember thinking to myself, okay, yes, they're fighting for something. We knew they were going to fight for something because this is a superhero film, right? Mm-hmm. There's going to be some kind of fight, but it wasn't entirely clear. But the second trailer kind of brought you there a little bit closer. But even then, at that point, like, for example, Robert, you mentioned you interviewed the costume designer. And once I got into the film and I saw how spectacular those costumes were in the film versus in the trailer, I wondered to myself, oh, my goodness, look at the difference in the presentation of these characters and how much better they were just in the film versus the trailer. And I wondered to myself, why on earth, did it come out that way? And sometimes it does. Sometimes a trailer doesn't do justice to a film. It doesn't show that the film is actually going to be an entertaining piece of, film for the audience. And so I think just by the trailers alone, a lot of people who didn't know anything about this fantastic group were kind of deterred by it. And, they kind of looked at it and they said, well, it doesn't look exciting enough or whatever. I said, forget about looking exciting enough. The costumes, these people who are so incredible, like their costumes, and then to see it finally in the finished product and, it at its really just to the way that it was meant to be interpreted was such a completely different experience for me. And so I enjoyed it so much. And I remember sitting there initially, and I knew there was going to be fights. Like I knew that there were going to be certain conflicts and why. And ironically, despite the fact that, they presented the film and of course I didn't agree with everything in the film, but even with that, even with things that I would say, like, I was like, well, could they do this instead? Even despite that, I would go and see this film again because it was entertaining to watch. Yeah. And, I think that they did kind of introduce one thing that I did like about it was that they gave you the sense that these Eternals are of a certain age. And sometimes you can't always intimate that in a film. Someone's, 500 years old, but can you really tell they're 500? Well, yes, we can. Look, they were in Mesopotamia. They were here, 5,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. We knew that they were there for a long time. And so I think that was kind of an extremely important element. They were not going to exclude it, but they needed to establish that the relationships that the Eternals had with one another were so long, of such a long duration. And I think that held a lot of importance in the story. But for me, the most entertaining and funny person in it really was Najani because of, sort of like him becoming this Bali. Well, let's just say he's found his
No, you can say
way.
that. You can say that because it's in the trailers.
Okay, yes, he's this Bollywood star, and I absolutely love that. And honestly, that was maybe one of the most beautiful scenes in the film when you go onto his movie set, and those beautiful. Then now, I mean, when you think about it, people were complaining about the costumes, and we had that incredible part where they had a costume from, let's say, the most beautiful Indian costumes you've ever seen, or even costumes from Mesopotamia, from Tilakuchkan. I know I said that wrong, but it's with the pyramids in South America and in Mexico. Do you realize even what the undertaking was to even do the costumes for a movie like this, to have so many time periods in one film? It's just unbelievable what
Yeah.
that costume designer did. And I was fascinated by this. I was just so blown away by what the way it was flawless. It was a flawless costume design presentation. And, you know, a lot of times people are criticized, or let's just say there's some purists out there who might say, well, you know, that's not the 1900s. Or, you know, that's not the 1680s. They wouldn't have a button there. And you can see she's wearing, you know, modern undergarments or whatever. None of that was said. It buried you into the idea. Even the part where there's I don't want to spoil it, but there's a part where there's an invasion, so to speak. And some people are wearing one type of costume that's dramatically different from the other costume. That must have been very hard, because when you see these sequences, Robert and Lael, where, you know, there's smoke and there's fire, and now it has to look like one group is from one area of the world and one group is from another area of the world. It was clearly distinguishable. I mean, the ability to do that is incredibly hard, because from a distance, it just looks like two people, you know, raising arms against each other. This did not look that way. They look distinctly different, and the Eternals look different. And, you know, my only criticism of the Deviants is that they could have done a little bit better with them in regards to how they were presented. If they wanted to present them as, let's say, a more sentient being, that's okay. If they wanted to present them as, you know, in another way, that's fine. But I felt like the design of them was all right. You know, I wasn't so terrified. They looked terrifying, but I felt like they could have gone in a different direction with that one, and they needed to. They did not. It's okay. It's not, you know, it didn't spoil it for me. But there's just so much to talk about. The lady, Lael, that you mentioned from The Walking Dead, I've been watching her for years and years, and to see her, you were right. That character that she played, I mean, she was amazing, zipping back and forth. And I didn't know that she had that ability. Yeah. So, you know, I was quite surprised, and she was fantastic in that. I also think that Don Lee, we could have seen him, you know, maybe see a little bit more action from some of the characters. But, you know, to be honest with you, it was fully entertaining. It was an enjoyable experience. My mother enjoyed it. You know, it was just pure entertainment. And I think that they did accomplish a film that, as far as I'm concerned, was entertaining. And I would go and see it again.
Yeah. I mean, Lael, to me, I see this as more of a science fiction movie. Yeah. You know, and what I really enjoyed about it, look, when I was growing up, when I was a kid, they had the whole idea of ancient astronauts and Eric von Donigen's book, Chariots of the Gods. And then there was a movie that came out called The Outer Space Connection that was all about, you know, the lines at Nazca and the pyramids. And I remember, you know, ancient aliens built these things. Yes. And Gene Roddenberry said, no, ancient aliens, Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek, said, no, ancient aliens didn't build the pyramids. Human beings built the pyramids because human beings are clever and awesome. Yeah. And, you know, I think like when I was talking with Andre on Midnight's Edge, because we disagreed. I know you were on with Andre talking about this movie, but we had a spirited conversation, cogent, learned debate, and I thought it was great. And, you know, there were things like he was upset the fact that the Eternals, because they were on Earth for such a long period of time, and they didn't necessarily interfere, but they certainly influenced technology. Like we saw that they would build things, they would create things, and Andre didn't like that because he's like, no, that takes away the agency from human beings. And I'm like, that's a good point, but still, I mean, you know, man, once we had those things, we had to figure out what we were to do with them. But I don't necessarily disagree with that, but that's a really good point, to sort of take agency away from human endeavor and human accomplishment. But because it's a science fiction movie, and I had made the point, I had said that to me this is the flip side of Ridley Scott's Prometheus, where in Prometheus you saw the beginnings of that movie and you met the engineers and then you saw the results of their technology. But our human archaeologists in that movie found cave paintings that insinuated that the engineers had visited Earth throughout the centuries and had influenced other cultures, and they had done the same cave paintings or the same artwork. And so I saw this as sort of the flip side of that. What if you made a movie from the engineers' perspective who had been on Earth all these in all of these different time periods? So I feel that if they had taken out the deviants and they had concentrated on this group of people that was living throughout human history and was here for the specific purpose that they're here for, it would have been a fascinating film. I think that my major criticism of this movie is that the science fiction film, the Jack Kirby-ness of it all, the big thinking about the cosmos and all of that, they could have done without a lot of the MCU of it. Like, they had to give him somebody to fight in the battle scenes. Like, if they had taken all of the deviant battle scenes out of this movie and concentrated instead on the characters and the situations and all that, it would have been a better movie. You know, it's like, well, we have to show these characters fight, and we have to show them use their powers. I didn't need any of that because it was all kind of the same. You know, it's they're battling battle beasts. You know, and there was an interesting. Well, we got 2 more minutes before we're going to get into spoilers. I won't get into them now in case you want to go, you guys.
Well, we have a super chat that kind of has a spoiler in it already. Not a huge spoiler, but something around the end.
Well, okay, so Swack Prop says something I say on this show: the universe is indifferent to your suffering. Eternals captures this quote perfectly. Whatever bad shit Earth went through with the blip and the battle in Endgame, it is insignificant when compared to the cosmic scale dealt with in Eternals. And I loved it. Swack, I totally agree with that. That's what I loved about the film, because it really gets into some startling cosmological implications to the entire Marvel, literally the Marvel universe. Yeah. And you learn things about the cosmology of how our universe works that I thought was really interesting. Yeah. And there's a central question that you didn't see it in the trailers, and I'm surprised that no one's talking about what really is going on in this movie in their critiques. You know, I'm like, did anybody pay attention? I mean, it's like, well, the deviants they're mad like there's no Thanos or something, but what's happening in this movie, the implications are so enormous on a cosmic scale, and that I found very, very, very interesting. Yeah. And now, okay, for anybody who doesn't want to hear spoilers, we're going to start getting into spoilers now. And I would say, well, Lael, what did you think about that? Because for me, that's what made this thing really interesting, the cosmology. We learned about, like, what's really interesting is, you know, we know the Infinity Stones. I mean, the Marvel Cinematic Universe has gotten into the creation myth, at least the creation of the universe, which sort of runs contrary to what the Judeo-Christian scripture might say. Although you can still say no because God still exists or whatever, but the Infinity Stones and they never mention, they don't get into the theology of it all. But you've got the Celestials are basically universal farmers whose job it is to perpetuate life, to keep life going in the universe, and in order to do that, destruction has to occur. Exactly. Like when stars explode, stars create the star stuff everything that we're made of is the same thing that our sun is made of. Yeah. So one of the things I loved about this, and one of the things that was really shocking and no one's talking about it, is the fact that the Celestials, the birth of a Celestial, is what perpetuates tens, hundreds, thousands of more planets and more civilizations and life. So the birth of a Celestial, and we all find out that planets they're eggs. Certain planets are eggs, and they are celestials. And so Earth is one of those things. And when the energy of everybody coming back from Thanos' snap perpetuates the cycle of birth for I guess it's Tiamat, who's in Earth, that Celestial, and the Celestial's awakening and is going to be born. And the Eternal's job is to increase the biomass and make sure there's enough life energy on a planet to revive the Celestial. And when there's enough there, that the Celestial can use it to grow, and then it bursts forth, and a planet and its civilization is completely wiped out. And that's what the Eternals are there to do. And no one's talking about that. And I was like, that's fucking fascinating. And that comes right out of the Earth X miniseries in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Yeah. And a lot of people just no one's talking about that. And I'm like,
not really picking that up. Yeah.
And I'm like, any disruption of it means that you're disrupting the creation process of the universe. It's that it has that level of magnitude.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, Lael and Robert, I wanted to see the celestial burst out of Earth. I know that's crazy, but it looked so cool when it was starting to emerge. I was like, wait a minute, hold on, don't stop it, don't stop. Let's just see him kind of come out and you could hear the music would go, and he would just, what are you doing?
It was really epic. I mean, and I'm like, the implications here, and the Eternals are basically the big rift between them. Like, are they going to allow this to happen or not? Yeah. And I was very surprised by certain twists and turns of the plot that I honestly didn't see coming from far away. Yeah. And I was literally surprised by a third act twist when you find out what was actually going on. Yeah. And what did you think, Lael? Was it, and how did you feel about the cosmology of all of this?
So here's the thing, because it was a couple of things that I wanted to kind of reference here really quick. So if you haven't, and pretty much this happened in Marvel, if those who actually haven't read this book, it was a short series that was ran, which gave you the history of S.H.I.E.L.D. and how Leonardo da Vinci actually had influence on the creation of S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Now, the reason why I'm bringing that up and why I want to kind of have that relate to the Eternals is the simple fact that what we have known throughout history of Leonardo da Vinci is that we know he's a creator, but he's also one who, uses art to create, certain languages and crack codes and stuff like that, where we find, certain hidden messages and meanings throughout the years. Now, the thing is, if you don't know that, it was brilliant in the books how they basically mashed that together to create, or to say that Leonardo was one of the co-founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Marvel. And it was a brilliant book. The way I read it, it was amazing, because he also even had influences on Stark himself and his evolution. So I love that, from Howard Stark passed down to the son. It was certain things that were implicated in that book. Now, the reason why I'm using that as a reference is because when we talk about the Eternals, we talk about their, even though they sort of it's like they stood guard for humanity, whereas they were only able to interfere when there was a threat, which that threat we do know was the Deviants. However, what I loved about this film and what was extremely beautiful is that when we saw in the very beginning, we saw the Eternals, we saw basically their, initial descendants to Earth, and how they were the ones to, they became the protectors. They became sort of like these gods on Earth that we see. But I love the transition. I love the transition from them being the gods that we know to them, not them actually influencing humanity, but in humanity's influence on them through time.
Yes.
And how basically they were like, wait a minute, like they were so influenced by humanity's way of pushing forward, of learning, even like the conflicts through humanity, it was a different way to actually see it. How basically even humanity itself had a heavy influence on Sprite, and her decision, more towards the end of the film to just more so, what time is it? We're at 3:35. Let's go.
Go for it.
I said, no, we're in spoiler territory.
Exactly. So basically her decision to want to have a normal life because of her love for Icarus, because the simple fact that she wanted to grow, she wanted to be a normal individual. And we never really got that, or you never really got a chance to see that side from such a character. And that was brilliant. But the biggest thing for me is, I'm going to tell you right now, there's no rules. There are no rules now. So if you haven't seen it, I will basically say, and people who have seen it, I'm guessing they're in this group right now, you don't have to worry about smoky animated clouds anymore that would indicate Galactus was coming. So you don't have to worry about that anymore. You don't, because there are no rules anymore. We saw a freaking celestial. We saw
we saw the world. Like the world didn't see Thanos battling in Wakanda. All the world has seen in the entirety of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, we saw Ultron, which we know was a creation of Stark. But in terms of alien life, the Chitauri attack in New York was really the only thing that we've seen, that humanity has seen. But at the end of Eternals, you see Arshem, 10 times the size of the Earth, is standing in the sky, and everyone looks up and sees him. And to me, that would irrevocably change mankind down to our very belief systems. I mean, it's the first time. It's one thing to see aliens flying around in their ships in the skies of New York, but to see basically a god, something no one. Now, to me, what does that do to humanity? You know, and I like I've been saying, I think that there's the great Marvels series that Alex Ross first came on the scene painting Marvels, where it was the story of humanity and how we viewed the superheroes. How did human beings view the superheroes in the Marvel universe from street level? Well, now I think that the Marvel universe cannot, like, what do people just go about their business? Like, have you seen a celestial in the sky? Yeah. And you've seen deviants running around in London, and there's craziness. I mean, now we know there's the craziness has been upped. But what does humanity do now? Now that you've seen that, where do we go? Does this shake? What does the Vatican have to say about a celestial in the sky? What does Islam have to say?
Yeah, and and I'm glad you brought that up, because Chloe Zhao did something that I think was, in her direction in this film, it was obvious. She made an obvious choice. The obvious choice was for us, again, to only see the world through the eyes of the Eternals. Right. For us to only witness the world through the eyes of the Eternals. To witness the language, the change of the dialogue, like just the different, races of individuals. We were only able, so we were, even in the end, like when we actually see the celestial, and we see the human interaction, we're led to believe on what we see. We would probably think that it was just meaningless to them. Not meaningless, but it's like, okay, now we have another threat, that we're used to seeing these threats. But no, the reason why I say no is because we're still, even in that, within that one scene, we're still not seeing the world through their eyes. We're seeing the world through the Eternals. So we don't know the mindset of humanity at that particular
all we
point.
get is a few news reports where we that is, and even that's, the TV is on in someone's house.
Exactly. So we're still witnessing this world through the eyes of the Eternals. And I think that choice had to be made. As much as people may disagree with that, and much as people may have wanted to have connective tissue, I think the obvious choice was to do it this way. They had to do it this way because you had to see the whole scope of the Eternals from the beginning. Now, mind you, what we're seeing, and I want to remind people, we're not saying that the Eternals were completely good. No, because we know the agenda. We know the intentions. We know that they were basically here, like I said, to watch the farming.
They were here to make sure the world ended.
Exactly.
They were here to make sure the world that humanity was consumed.
Thrived so that it would provide more energy for the
emergence.
The emergence. And also the other thing I was going to say, to add to what Lael is saying, for me personally, in the story, when Icarus kind of, I would say it's a betrayal towards obviously Selma Hayek's character, but also to Cersei, I was really upset about that. And I still am very upset about it. I felt that, he loved Cersei so much, and he stayed away from her for a particular reason. And then when it comes to blows, like physical blows, or him trying to stop her from doing what she wants to do, I wasn't happy that they chose to do that. And I wondered to myself, why couldn't they have had a situation where maybe he had some sort of parasite or something, or he was being controlled by the deviants now, like he kind of maybe was working with them, and they've kind of made him do work against Cersei, because the biggest thing as far as I'm concerned, if you love somebody in that way for so long, I just can't believe that he would actually physically fight her to do that. So I wasn't crazy about that.
But they're going against. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. No. Go ahead. What were we going to say?
And I know that they are going against what's already written. I already do know.
Yeah.
That.
I mean, here's I guess why I really liked this movie. The fact that we're talking about this movie the way we're talking about this proves to me that there's a lot here. That there's a lot. And as somebody who loves his science fiction and loves his cosmology, I mean, I love contemplating these ideas, and it's what science fiction does best. Especially there's a lot of modern science fiction that deals with the infinitude. Like, I have to tell you, I watched a video, and I don't know the name of it. It was a half an hour video that talks about the entire life cycle of the universe. And Elizabeth we were watching it, she was so freaked out by this video because it was dealing with literally a billion trillion years. And it was talking about that. So life will, in the entirety of the universe, life will be born and die, all of it. And the universe is still going to go on for billions and trillions of years after there's no more life left in the universe. And it was this, and I have to find it and post it because I found it fascinating and strangely beautiful. And there's a movie, there's a science fiction movie. It's a Swedish film called Aniara, or it's Anara, Aniara. It's a science fiction movie, and I would implore everybody, watch it. Don't read anything about it. All you need to know is it's about a giant spaceship that is taking a group of colonists from Earth to Mars because of climate change. Don't read anything about it. Just watch the movie. And it deals with, I mean, in a very different way, but the universe is so much stranger, and the time frames and the things we can't even begin to understand. And I like the fact that this movie delved into that cosmology, and I wanted, if anything, I wanted it to go even further. But that's why I was so interested in this film, and the deviant stuff's fine. I'm like, whatever. I didn't even need that. I was much more interested, and you could tell that there was a lot more. Like, I bet there was a 4-hour version of this movie that I would be there for, like Terrence Malick's Tree of Life that Criterion released. I would totally watch a 4-hour version of this movie with all of this stuff in it, because.
And see, what I wanted to basically see, and there's a couple of things. One of the things that I thought that would have made this movie so interesting is that we know that the Celestials were responsible for the creation of worlds, galaxies, life in general. I would have wanted to see a brief glimpse of that, just a brief glimpse of the creation, the creation process. Animal, man, just how our just the galaxy itself was created, the systems, how everything was. I would have loved, even they didn't have to spend so much time on, even if the film would have opened with that, I would have loved it, because the thing is, now we would have known, okay, this is the scope, and people will really know what to expect in the very beginning out of this particular film. Here's one thing that and this was the only, well, if there was a few gripes, but
I've got
this was
gripes.
one of my major things was I didn't the chemistry between Icarus and Cersei, I didn't feel it as much. And I'm gonna tell you why. I didn't feel it as much. I didn't feel as though I felt as though the chemistry was forced. And when we got to the very beginning, the story of them, the love, them, I just felt as though it was forced. It wasn't something that was, because again, we got more chemistry. Like, I saw more chemistry between Makari and Druid than I did with them, because you can see that developing chemistry between, and the love that they both had. But with and then on top of that, there was no clear, definitive explanation as to why Icarus left. Like, there was no clear.
That's right.
It wasn't clear as to why he left, and it was just left to us to really decide.
I agree with you. I think
it was like the chemistry wasn't actually there. Like, we saw, more chemistry between her and Dane. Of course, we were supposed to, because we're seeing this, but at the same time, it was not that much chemistry between the both of them. I think the only thing that we really, really got a chance to see was the simple fact that, all right, number one, and here's the thing. I called this in the film, and I told my girl right after we were done. I was like, you know what? I knew that Icarus was going to be the turning point of this film. That everything was going a little bit too great, and there were certain things with his mannerisms when things were basically mentioned. And I knew that it was going to be a change there, that he was going to be that point, because the thing is, one of the most powerful within the group, I knew that he was going to be that plot point that was like, okay, now we're going to see, because again, like you said, the deviants were just a placement. They were off. That's all they were. Even though, and the thing is, when we talk about the deviants, I didn't like the portrayal of the deviants because they are not just vicious animals. They are, in a sense, humanoid. Some of them are really humanized.
Thanos is a
he's half a deviant. Like, you know what I mean? So to see this,
by the way, they didn't get into that at all.
At all, they didn't. That the only link or connection that we seen with Thanos was post credit, which we'll get there in a minute. But I wanted to basically believe the chemistry between them. Like, it was like it just didn't stick with me.
See,
it didn't.
I kept watching the movie. I'm thinking, now, I was so in love with Cersei. I'm so in love with Gemma Chan. My chemistry with her, in my mind, was fantastic. I'm like, Gemma, Cersei, listen, babe, and because I can't, if you've ever seen interviews with her, she has this very English way of talking. I mean, she's amazing. And I loved her character. I mean, I loved her presence and all that. But I agree with you. Like, when they all went away, and I really did love the scene when they all broke apart. When they were like, we're not going to interfere. The Spaniards are slaughtering the Incas or whatever. I mean, yes. and they're like, I could stop this right now. And Druid was like, why are we allowing this? This is not cool. Because by this time they'd been around humans for thousands of years, and it's like, enough of this. Why are we allowing the slaughter to happen? I don't need to deal with this. And that was really interesting. All the stuff, and you've seen it in the trailer, the Hiroshima scene, and we're there, and I love that scene where he's the recriminations that he was responsible for human beings. I mean, the Eternals might have pushed human beings to create technology, but what do we use it for? Slaughter, mayhem. And which is diametrically opposed to what the Eternals are supposed to do, which is foster. We have to have people. More people need to be on the planet so the Celestial can be born. And I liked all that, but I think you're right. We didn't see a scene, and I'll bet they shot a scene. I'll bet that scene. I really did feel that there was a lot of moments when we're watching the Eternals in the beginning of the movie, especially interacting with humanity. All of that was cut down. I could tell as an editor myself. Yeah. I'm like, okay, you cut this scene because there were. I'm sure Chloe Zhao had these Eternals. The Eternals are not people. They're basically glorified androids. They do their job and then they're reprogrammed after an emergence happens. And it's interesting because you see in the beginning of the movie that they wake up. They know that they're Eternals, but they wake up and they don't know where we are. And you see Icarus and Cersei looking out the window at Earth. Yeah. The first time they've seen Earth, and she's like, "Oh, it's beautiful." And he's looking at her. You can tell, boom, chicka, boom, boom, you're beautiful, babe. I mean, but it was still interesting, and all of that stuff was there. But I felt that it was because that would be a different movie. I think that Chloe Zhao, and it's funny because Kevin Feige talked about the fact that I think we might have our first Oscar-winning. He made a comment once, and I'm like, I'll bet they did. I'll bet at one point this movie was cut to the point where it was all about that. And then they realized, oh, we have to make a Marvel Cinematic Universe movie. Yeah. And I really wish that they had pushed it the other direction and gone. Yeah. I think what people are responding to, and they're not liking it as much as, because this tickled all of my fancies in terms of cosmology and sci-fi and all that. I would love it if they had gone more in that direction and less in the Marvel Cinematic Universe with, we have to fight creatures. I'm like, every time they had to fight more creatures, I'm like, I don't care about that. Yeah. Show me the Eternals interacting in Mesopotamia and the Hanging Gardens of Babylon or whatever. I loved all that shit. I thought it was great. When Sprite's telling the story and she's I mean, that was all like this magical stuff. I mean, I I would have watched I kept watching this thinking that Terrence Malick could have directed the shit out of this movie too. You know, if you've ever seen the extended version of Tree of Life that's on Criterion Blu-ray, it's a wonderful, lovely movie that begins with the creation of the universe and the dinosaurs and Earth, and then goes into this family. And so I was watching this thing, and I'm like, every time the Deviants, I'm like, enough of that. I want to see all of this familial, because I liked all these characters, I liked their interactions, I like, everything that was going on, and I was so invested. But the Deviant part of it all, they didn't need it because they weren't characters. I mean, one of them became a character, but it was just an afterthought. The central conceit that these Eternals are there to facilitate the emergence of a Celestial, which would cause the death of humanity, that was enough. Yeah. That was all they needed.
Yeah.
But did it remind you of the Matrix in a sense? Because in the Matrix, humans were being used to provide energy. And here we see humans also being used to provide energy for the emergence.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I mean, what I loved about it is that if that is we want to believe humanity's, all of even our religions put humanity at the center of the universe. and if our purpose in the universe is to facilitate the emergence of a Celestial so 10,000 other civilizations can be born, well, isn't that a good thing? And I love that idea. And obviously the Eternals are like, and even when you see Ajax, she's like, these people brought the entire universe back with the snap of a finger. These people, humanity, these are not people that we need to keep them here. We can't get rid of the idea that we need to stop the emergence from happening. We can't allow Earth to be destroyed, because these human beings are, and in a way, it's like Star Trek. In Star Trek, the alien species, there's a great scene on YouTube. Look it up. It's like the greatest scene from Deep Space Nine, and it's Quark, who's a Ferengi, and it's Garrick, who's a Cardassian, and they're talking about the Klingons are coming, the station's going to be destroyed, and they're talking about humanity and the Federation, and they're like, yeah, but there's something about they're gonna, and they talk about root beer as a beverage, and it's sweet and cloying, but I kind of like it. I don't know why, and eventually humanity will win them over. But what was so great about this is that the Eternals have seen the beauty in humanity and the power of humanity, and that the rift within the Eternals is all about making sure that humanity survives.
Yeah.
Yes,
and that's the story they should tell.
It's true. And yet I still wanted to see the emergence. I wanted to see it. Like, I wanted the whole thing to go through. And I thought to myself, I'm willing to see the Earth destroyed so I can see the emergence. I think it was very funny because they build you up to this event.
Yeah, because you don't know what's happening. It's a big reveal.
It's very funny because, like, they did a great job of doing it. Like, creating the scenario and understanding what was at stake. And yet I was excited for the emergence. And I think that was a very unusual reaction to have, because I thought I shouldn't be excited for the emergence. I should be like, good, they stopped it. I'm like, no, but I really wanted to see him come out of the Earth. It just seems so cool. And I think that was a reaction I was not expecting to have to this film.
Well, I have to say that I was very I mean, obviously Icarus, there's a lot that comes with the name Icarus, and they pay that off at the end of this movie. And I found it, I was very moved. I was very moved by that. And I mean, I don't know where that's going to go, because they didn't give us a necessarily definitive answer, but he failed his God. I mean, the Eternals, the Celestials are their gods. I mean, they're and Icarus he didn't do anything wrong. He was serving his creator. He was literally a servant of a custodian of the universe, and that he failed in his one. He's created for one task, and he failed in that task. And
Mm-hmm.
what he did to himself at the end, I found it strangely poetic, and I was sad for him.
I didn't like that happened to him. I wanted him. Why not go to another planet? Why, excuse me, why not go to another planet and survive there or work
Because
on?
he failed. He personally he was like, all these. Not only did I fail my gods, but I failed the people I loved, even though I couldn't reconcile all that. This movie really got to me in a way that I was surprised by, and I really, Lel, you're not buying this, are you?
No. Here's the thing. Okay, so I find myself having to detach from source material. I have to. And I find that basically that I can't always rely on source material to tell a good story when it comes to bringing it to a cinematic universe.
Right.
Like, I can't. And I think that from now, I even talked to Toy about it. I was like, you know what? I have to really detach myself from source material because I'm so submersed in source material that when I see things that are a bit off, it 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 sort of like changes my perspective of the viewing pleasure of it. You know what I mean? So I kind of have to separate myself from it deliberately to enjoy it. When I was talking about certain character choices that really struck me, that I was like, wait a minute, I don't know. It was Icarus. It was the choice to handle Icarus the way they have, because the thing is, Icarus, whether you know it, like, people who read the books, Icarus is pretty much a founding member of the Eternals. He's Cersei, they are very important, they are the importance of, the Eternals themselves. And the way they handled the thing leading up to this climactic battle between, the rest of the Eternals and Icarus, that portion of it needed a tad bit more depth to it. And the thing
I
is,
totally agree.
and here's the thing, when seeing him in the very end flying into the sun, my daughter looked at me and she was like, Dad, is this Superman? And I was like, no, babe, like, it's not. It's basically through, if you know Greek mythology, if you know the story of Icarus himself, flew too close to the sun, had wings, if you know that, then you'll know this is pretty much where they're going for with it. And I think what she explained to me was that what took me sort of out of the film was I thought I was watching Superman. I was like, she said, until the son, Fasto's son, had that conversation, was like, are you Superman? He's like, no, I don't have. And they started basically, that banter back and forth was comical for me. But the biggest thing is, it was the choice of having him, two things. The choice of actually having him as the plot point, the one who is responsible for Ajax's death, for the greater good, which again, he was serving like you said, he was serving the purpose of the Celestials. That's what his primary directive was.
And once he killed, I mean, they turned him into straight up. He's irredeemable. He's a villain. He kills their leader
at that particular point. And I just felt as though how they handled that portion of it, if they would have explained that was one of the reasons why he left, if they would have explained and filled in the blank with that, between mirroring that with why he left Cersei, why we didn't actually see him, if they would have pretty much explained that, it would have made a tad bit more sense to me.
Oh, dude, it would have made the movie much better.
It would have made it much better if we would have got a chance to basically distance ourselves and see the world through, Icarus. See him basically have that one scene where he just flies up and he's looking at Earth, and he's not so much having a conversation with the Celestials, but he knows his prime directive. He knows what he's supposed to do.
Yeah.
But he's looking around and just mainly seeing a conflict sort of like with that, between the simple fact that, okay, he has this love for Cersei, but he knows what his job is. And maybe that was why he separated himself from her, because he didn't want love for her and her love for humanity to cause a conflict. You know what I mean? So one of the reasons why he had to do it was to shut off Love a bit, to really focus in on what it was that he was supposed to do. If we would have seen that more, I would have had a bit. But the thing is, people who are watching it was like, wait a minute, what's going on? You know what I mean? Because I was listening to people like, I'm like, what's going on? And I'm like, if I tried to explain it to everybody that's around me, they probably would be like, what the hell are you talking about?
Well,
I just think so. Just that approach to that character and how they did it was the thing that I kind of struggled with, in a sense. Just it was a slight struggle, and it when he flew. And on top of that, number one, and I'll close off with this particular point, is there was no reincarnation. The Eternals, they are Eternals, and they do reincarnate, but they didn't show that. But I understand maybe they'll show that in the next film.
See,
maybe they're leaving that open.
My reading is that he is gone. You know, he flew into the sun. He's vaporized. He no longer exists. I mean, he couldn't. But I look. I totally agree with you. They don't show what he's been doing for 500 years. Like, you get a sense of, we know that it's not the, I always want to say the weirding way, mad. The idea that your past lives catch up with you. That's why Angelina Jolie is being affected by, I forget the term, but that's right out of the comics. It's right out of the Eternals comics. And I liked all that. I liked that Gilgamesh, took her, and I'll watch over her. I loved all that, and I think that, that's why I think I mean I really liked this movie a lot. It's not, and I understand it is an imperfect movie. Yeah. And the problem is I'm sure that the movie that Chloe Zhao pitched, they're like, oh, that sounds great, but they still had to make it a Marvel movie. Like the movie that I wanted the Terrence Malick Days of Heaven, even though Terrence Malick, his movies are not great, although I do love Tree of Life. It's not Badlands, it's not Days of Heaven, but that's what it needed. Like, it needed a little bit more. The movie that this is trying to be is not what the Marvel Cinematic Universe, the constraints of that would never allow this movie to be what it should have been. This movie could have been a great standalone science fiction film.
Yeah.
And I think as it stands now, it's 75% of that. Mm-hmm. And here's what I guess this is what I don't understand. I was still enchanted by this film, like all the stuff that was in there, and I was very surprised in the MCU that they brought up a lot of this stuff, from the cosmology to the interplay with the characters and all that. Now, it was imperfect, but I find the response to this, like I was listening to Andre when we were talking, and Andre made a lot of very salient points. But on the other hand, I'm like, yeah, but wasn't there enough for the points you're making? They were all great points. To me, I guess maybe I always choose to see that the glass is half full. And I thought for that, this movie was so ambitious as far as a Marvel Cinematic Universe movie goes. The questions that it brings up, the things that it poses, where I thought it was so ambitious that and even though I would say that it took a while for me to get involved, in the movie, like when it changed and you found out what Icarus was doing, I'm like, oh my God, like I was completely in. But I enjoyed watching it, but I felt myself distanced from the movie for like the first hour. And part of it, I think, Lael, you brought up, because I was just trying to get my bearings, like, where's this going? And I'm like, I was, and I think that's the problem a lot of people are having. They're like, I don't know, because no one knows these characters. How do they fit into the MCU? Because everyone's going like, well, how come, like Rob, the way we've seen the MCU set up, it's not like everybody's interacting with everybody all the time. And if you think about it, Thanos, people didn't see the world at large. Thanos only showed up in Wakanda. It's not like there was no like news crews there, and then the battle, the portals battle at the end of Endgame, there was no reporters there. So even though this massive conflict happened, it's not like humanity at large ever saw Thanos. So they don't know. And people are always saying, well, why? And like, you think about it, it's not like we know what's happening. Like here, I'm in Pasadena. You guys are on the East Coast. We don't know what's happening in, say, St. Louis right now. There could be a giant hostage crisis with the entire law enforcement divisions of everybody in St. Louis. And there could be a big hostage crisis. It could be the biggest thing that ever happened in the city, but we're not looking at it. So we don't know what's happening. And so everyone now, the way they've set it up, we always want to believe that everybody knows all the superheroes know what's happening all the time, all around the earth in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And that's not how it works. So no one knows about the Eternals. The Avengers don't know about the Eternals. The Eternals know everything, but no one else knows about them. And yet when we're watching these movies, we expect the interaction to happen. I kept waiting. People talk about where's Doctor Strange? Or wouldn't they know about the Eternals? Well, no. Why would they? They're not on their radar. Even at the Sanctum Sanctorum, they don't know.
Yeah. Can I talk about really one? Okay, so because the thing is, I want people to understand that I love this film. Now, can I please? I want to talk about the execution of Makari real quick. Can I please talk about the execution of Makari?
Sure.
You can talk about whatever you want.
Listen,
that's what we're here for.
Listen, I've said this over years that I wanted to see a definitive display of speed. That I wanted to see a definitive display of speed. I don't want to see electric charges and all. I want to see a definitive display of speed. And boy, I love the display of Makari's speed in this film. I really, really did. I love the battle that she basically had with Icarus and the display of speed and strength.
Oh, that was awesome.
You got to keep in mind that the character of Makari is not just about speed. She is strong as well. I mean, the character does have superhuman strength. So, and they all do, to be quite honest. But the display of that, because I loved Makari's character and the way she portrayed that character was phenomenal. And I was so glad, and I can't wait to see more of this character. Like, I fell in love with that character from the word go when we saw her displayed in this film. Like,
well, I fell in love with Cersei from the word go. I know what you're saying. Come on now.
Yo, it was phenomenal.
I had chemistry with her.
Like, seriously, I'm not to take away the cinematography and the effects of this film. Even like when we see the emergence and we see basically the development of the Celestial, it was phenomenal. Like, visually stunning throughout the only thing that I would say as far as the visuals was with, of course, the Deviants a bit. It was something I felt that I've actually seen before in a sense. In the use of it, okay, and I'll let that slide. But
it's like a Venom feel, maybe a little venomous.
Yo, I'm telling you, like, the display of speed, I love that with Makari. I love basically seeing that, and I hope we see more of her character. I really do. I know we will. We will.
And were the deviants, or let's say the one deviant that we did see that this happened to, was this deviant made sentient for a particular reason, other than to tell us that they don't like how they're being treated, or they actually, for him to actually say that, or for the deviant to actually say this, that the portrayal or the way that they've been treated has been very poor. Had to have some significance, but what was the significance here?
Well, here's what I was hoping, and with the deviants, and I was like, well, maybe they're teetering around this whole thing. Whereas one of the biggest issues is they don't want you to see. I was wondering. I was like, maybe the deviants that we see in this film were brought here or brought to the earth for a specific reason, but basically they were transformed in a sense from the form that they were supposed to be, or that they usually take, to this particular form where they were sort of like, in a sense, even though we see them as these menacing powered human, these powered creatures, but if it was even, because the deviants, again, they are godlike and they are, in a sense, Eternals themselves, but the deviants that we see in this film are completely separated from what we're used to. So I was wondering if they were just basically broken down to like just the most lesser form of who they really are, and maybe they were rebelling against that, wanting to get their power back or wanting to get their true form back. And if this is what we were seeing,
Yeah, I
so I
mean,
was wondering.
I think you're right. To me, that was probably the most muddled part of the movie, because I just didn't care about the deviants. Like, and even I don't think the movie really decided upon. So the deviants are there to prey. Like, they're also created by the Celestials to prey on the life forms of the planets. To me, they're there to toughen up everyone. So the Eternals are they unleash the deviants, so the deviants might eat the developing life forms on the planet, and the Eternals are the custodians, so they have to get rid of the deviants, and yet the deviants will toughen up the people on the planets to get stronger. I mean, it seems to me like, what do you need, like in this movie, what do you need the deviants for? And then, of course, when the deviants start killing Eternals and taking their energy and turning into... And then suddenly the deviants have their own existential crises. Like, well, it sucks that you're killing us, and now I'm the leader of my people because I'm evolving. And that brings in a whole other question of, like, wait a minute. Now, where's the cosmology of what's going on here? And to me, that was the point where they're like, well, I'm thinking there has to be somebody we can fight. Yeah. You know, we have to, and to me, I would have said, no, there isn't. I mean, it was the dysfunctional, it went from a family unit to a dysfunctional family where lines were drawn. In a way, there was a civil war within the Eternals family. You didn't even need the deviants, because this world-ending event and those characters and how they felt about mankind and all that was all you really needed. And I felt like that's kind of where a lot of the disconnect for people maybe has come from, in that the conflict that everyone's expecting isn't there between the deviants, and it doesn't. Whereas this could have been a really interesting, thoughtful science fiction film.
You know what? And Thiz Lamech, he brings up something that I was thinking to say. I was thinking this as just as much, bro. He said that the deviants remind me of the aliens from Live, Die, Repeat, Edge of Tomorrow. They did. They did.
They absolutely
I was
did.
looking at it. They did sort of remind me of that. And I was like, wait a minute. But I mean, again, I know they were basically placed for a reason. Like, there was a reason behind it. But I think here's the thing. I'm just hoping that they gave, Chloe at least a level of creativity that she really wanted. You know what I mean? I'm hoping that they gave her that, and that they didn't take so much away from her just to make it more so a Marvel film.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, yes. By the way, we're getting in as because I can tell
chats, right?
We're getting a lot of super chats, and there's a couple of really good ones.
Yes.
John starts out and says, "I loved Tango Shalom. Was the banana idea yours? The banana needs to be culturally appropriated as the universal symbol of inclusion." John, I would love that if that were the case. For those of you who don't know, I don't want to tell you what happens or why the banana is important. It's at the climax of the movie. It was not my idea. Joseph Bologna, the late Joe Bologna, came up with that idea, and I'm glad you liked it. I love that idea. So thank you for that. Rod Thunderheart says, "Hail Rob, R&B, Lael, Rockwell, and did you hear, spoiler, Blade is at the end credits of Eternals? Multiple sources report that. Chloe Zhao says so. I don't care." Well, Rod, yes. Mahershala Ali.
Was that his? So that's the okay.
Yes.
So now you're confirming, and this is what I said in the theater, because a lot of people were like, "Yo, that was Watu." I was like, "That's impossible."
No, dude.
It's impossible.
In an interview, she confirmed it.
Dude, that was fucking Blade. And why is it Blade? Well, here's another thing. Let's talk about the fact that there are 3 Avengers in this movie that we have yet to see as Avengers. Star Fox, Cersei, and the Black Knight.
Dean Whitman.
Dean Whitman, and so people are like, wait, what? And that was one of the things that I thought was really interesting. So more spoilery, the 2 post-credit scenes, we meet Eros, a.k.a. Star Fox, a.k.a. Thanos' brother,
Yes.
Right.
who is an Avenger or has been an Avenger, who's been a villain, who's been a
Yes.
good guy.
He's
Uh,
very attractive, brother.
and then of course I have to say this: some of the worst CG I've ever seen. The creature that I mean, I'm like, what the fuck was that? Is this a like? Come on,
Pip. What they did with Pip, it was like, come on, man.
that was. I mean, I know it's Patton Oswalt doing the voice, but that was really bad. It was
terrible.
bad CG. The movie was so. And when he walked in, I'm like, wait a minute, is this unfinished? Did you tack in this? It was not good. That was not good. I mean, I liked hearing his.
With that, yeah.
It was.
I like the introduction. I mean, I love the introduction because that's what Pip does. But still, man, it was horrible.
I was bad. I was like, what? Did you finish this last? What the hell? So, and then of course Dane Whitman has if you know anything about the Black Knight, the cursed sword, and it was so funny because when I was sitting next to John Campea, the credits were rolling and he'd seen it before, and I hadn't seen after the first post-credit scene. I turned to John Campea. I go, someone's gonna get a sword at the end of this movie, aren't they? And he looked at me. He's like, how do you know that? I'm like, bruh, come on, dude. You know, that. I mean, this is a big deal. So if you know, the Black Knight, Kit Harington is going to become. He is the Black Knight, and his cursed sword. Just look up the Black Knight on Marvel's Wikipedia page, or go to the Marvel Wiki, and you can find out all you need to know. But that was definitely Blade. You hear a voice off screen. What does he say? Do you really want to do that, Mr. Whitman?
Mr. Whitman, yeah.
That was Mahershala Ali. Now, here's something that I find also very interesting about the Marvel Cinematic Universe. With Moon Knight coming, and in one of my, Donald Moat, who was the makeup effects artist on Dune, the makeup artist, he was Oscar Isaac's makeup artist on Dune. He also was on Moon Knight, and I interviewed him. And I ran into him at the Dune screening on the Warner Brothers lot because we'd never met in person because he was in Budapest shooting Moon Knight. And I saw him on the lot. I was like, hey, how's it going, man? And we had a great conversation. I go, so, dude, can I ask you a question? I said, being that, because when we were talking, I was explaining how much I love Moon Knight. And he told me, he said, the crew that's working on Moon Knight here in Budapest, they don't know Moon Knight. And even Oscar Isaac, who's a comic fan, did not know the character of Moon Knight. So I said to Donald, I go, bruh. And I gave him the whole spiel, how much I love Moon Knight. But I wasn't asking him fanboy questions because he wasn't going to tell me anything anyway. So, but when I saw him on the lot, seeing Dune, I'm on the Warner lot, so we're all professionals, right? So I said to him, I go, dude, is there a werewolf in the Moon Knight TV series? Because if you know Moon Knight, Werewolf by Night is a big deal in the Moon Knight mythos. And he looks at me and he's like, I can neither confirm nor deny anything about any werewolves. That's all he said. And I'm like, but he was really like, he's like bewildered, and I'm like, all right, And now people are saying that Blade might show up in Moon Knight. Well, the funny thing is the first, we have not dealt, Agatha Harkness in WandaVision is the only person, she's hundreds of years old, and she's also a sorceress. So we know that there is the supernatural is in the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
And that's the world that I want to see.
And Dane Whitman's, that sword is cursed, so that's supernatural. And then, obviously, Blade, the Daywalker, knows something about, and if in Moon Knight we do get Werewolf by Night, very interesting, because how are they going to, and that's the thing, people are like, they forget, we've got the cosmic, but now we've touched on the supernatural. Where's that going to go?
And
obviously, Blade's full-on vampires, Deacon Frost, whatever the hell they're going to do.
Yeah. And it made sense for that scene. It made sense when I heard his voice. I was like, yo, I know Mahershala Ali's voice. That's Mahershala. But it made perfectly good sense because of Dean Whitman and how the sword has a bloodthirst.
Yep.
The sword has a bloodthirst, and whoever wields that sword has a thirst to kill.
Yep.
Like literally, and they have to control it. Like it basically gives them a certain level of invulnerability. Like they you know, so basically him touching that sword, and because it has family lineage, yeah, you would have thought that that sword would have been buried. It would have been somewhere away from, just not, you know, because it's in his family crust. And even when he had that ring, I was like, yeah, we're going to see it. I was with you, Rob. I was like, we're going to see that sword.
That's what I said to John. It's funny because John didn't know. You know, he doesn't know the Black Knight is or anything like that. Rod goes on to say, he says, "Hail R&B and guests. Blade isn't a part of Eternals. It's like, but it's really just see. Now you can get excited for our next movie." Well, okay, yes, that's what these post-credit sequences are all about. But the thing is, when you introduce Dane Whitman, everything, the reason the MCU is what it is because they take all of their inspiration from the comics. They don't do direct adaptations. They adapt those comic stories and make them work within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. But the Black Knight is an Avenger, has a whole lineage, is ties to the supernatural, and so what? Yes, Dane Whitman is not a part of the Eternals, but Cersei was an Avenger. So is the Black Knight. And so they're setting up all of this stuff. And it's funny, I don't understand why people are they're now cynical about these post-credit scenes. Like, oh, they're just trying to make you excited for the next. Well, yes, that's part of what the MCU does. That's part of why we love it so much. You know, and again, they're introducing characters that and it's really funny now that the MCU is as old as it is. It's 13 years old. Audiences, there's now a demarcation point where they're going deeper and deeper and deeper into Marvel Comics lore, and a lot of the people, there's no more cursory. Most people don't know who the Black Knight is, and most people don't know who Star Fox is, you know, because they're not a Star Fox. There might have been a miniseries, I don't remember. Black Knight's had miniseries and stuff with him, but these are now deep cuts. And so I think audiences are like, well, they're just trying to set us up for the next movie. I think a lot of people were bewildered. The people that know, but your general audience is like, they're like, what's going on? Wait, who's Pip?
No.
Who's Thanos has a brother?
Yep. Hell yeah. And that, like you said, the people who know. And the thing is, when I saw the post credit, I was like, all right, I'm already sold with the sword. But then I heard Mahershala Ali's voice, and then I heard somebody in the back was like, "No, that's Watu." I was like, "No, it's not. It's not Watu. There's impossible for Watu to interfere this early, or them to introduce him. We've already seen him, mind you. We've seen him in Guardians of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
But no, this is on a whole different level. And who he was looking at that point, I was like, yeah."
Man, I mean, I know Jeffrey Wright's voice, but you know, Lael, not all black men, not all black actors sound the same. There's a difference. That was Mahershala Ali, dude. Come on now.
Yes, it was.
By the way, that was a bad racial joke I was making, just so you know. But I mean, it was like that's the thing. It wasn't. There's no reason to say Uatu because it wasn't.
No.
It was if you know the lore. Like you just pointed out, and you know the sword. Yeah. And I loved, when I heard his voice, dude, my blood was like, I'm like,
wow.
Well, right?
Yep.
I mean, it was,
wow.
It was so good. And I got really, and it's funny because people are, I think, like, I was like, yeah, people are looking at me like, why are you so excited?
And I'm like, understand who you just heard? Like,
but they don't,
and it just,
they don't know. No, but I mean, look, I actually loved the last two episodes of What If. I loved Jeffrey Wright as Uatu. I loved him.
Yeah.
But that was not, there's no reason for Uatu to be in that scene. None.
No.
Zero.
No.
But if you know your lore, like you said, the sword has a bloodlust.
It has a bloodlust.
And Blade, and it was that was a brightly lit scene during the day. Mm-hmm. Daywalker was there.
Daywalker was there.
He was there, bro. That was it.
And the thing is, if like basically like I forget the name of the comic. It was done this maybe like a year or two ago, and it was the Avengers, and it was when pretty much the Avengers team were endowed with Asgardian weaponry, and the reason
Oh
why
yeah,
is
yeah, yeah.
because the Black Dwarf had come and started conquering worlds, like
Mhm.
literally destroying worlds, a whole horde of individuals. Loki had killed his father in his book, like literally killed his real father in his book. So it was a phenomenon. But the thing is, you saw Blade, you saw the Black Knight as well, wielding the ebony blade. Like, it has so much significance, and the reason why, and for them to actually bring both of them together, I was like, yes, baby, we're about to see the supernatural come to fruition in the MCU, like literally, and you cannot deny that now. So I was like, yeah, I'm hyped. I'm super hyped right now.
Yeah, me too. And by the way, some old guy in Hawaii says, amazed by Crow or Crun, the heart of the film in one sense. Almost all his comments were wonderfully simple, yet profound and moving. Crun?
The deviant.
Are you thinking Crow? Crow, the
I
leader of
think
the
it's
Deviants?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I liked. Well, that was what I was missing from the movie. The Deviants
Yeah.
were characters. I mean, Crow is a leader of the Deviants usually, and
Yeah.
and I missed that. I missed the fact that the Deviants were just, portrayed as monstrous, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought he was. I mean, if he was there the whole time, and the Deviants and the Eternals were existing, like in the comics, they exist side by side, kind of, and it's a push pull thing,
Yeah.
and we didn't get that as much.
Yeah.
Some old guy goes on to say, remember Crow's comment? Everyone followed their heart, including Icarus. Yes, I mean, and I think that's what made, again, this movie, the fact that we're talking about it like this.
Yeah.
There's a lot there, and people are like, it sucked. I hate when people say it. This movie did not suck.
No,
There's a lot in it to contemplate and to chew on and to think about. And isn't that, I think that makes it a good movie.
Yeah, it does. There's a lot. The thing is, it's because I wasn't going into this movie looking for powers and punches. Like, literally, I wasn't. I was looking for an actual conversation. I was looking for chemistry. I was looking to basically see if we're talking about the Eternals, I wanted to see that scale.
You know what? Wait.
I wanted to.
Some old guy. I'm mistaken. He's saying Karun
Karun.
is Kingo's producer friend.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
I thought it was saying
he
Crow.
was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
He was great. I loved
he was.
him. Loved him.
It was funny. It was funny when we saw Kingo's fight and him once he killed the deviant. He's like, "You got that?" He's like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
Right off camera. That was I was dying.
No, that was. I loved.
Yeah.
I loved what they did with him.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I love that if our family's going to break up, I'm going to go be my great grandfather, my grandfather, my father, and now me.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be a dynasty. I'm gonna make my own dynasty, and I'll play all the parts in the last 100 years of Bollywood history. I thought that was really clever.
Yeah.
It was very clever. And he
Well,
did
it
a good
was.
job, too. It was very convincing.
I thought he was
Yeah.
terrific.
He was amazing, and I know we're going to see more of him. I'm so excited about it because the character, I really love the character and how he was portrayed in this film. Like, you know what I mean? It wasn't all about just comedic, anecdotes and them just kind of just draping that in. He had a lot of heart, his belief in Icarus, like his belief that he would follow Icarus to the ends of the earth. And he believed in him.
Yeah.
So even though he had certain reservations, it was his belief. So I like that. I did like that characterization in the film.
I did too, and that was another thing that I really enjoyed, like those kinds of familial bonds, that kind of loyalty that was in the film as well. There was, and again, I would like to have seen more of that. I'm sure it was there. Again, I wish I could see a 4-hour version of this movie. Chloe Zhao, I saw an interview. She said there's 4 scenes that they cut out that she hated losing. And hopefully they'll be on the physical media disc. I'm going to see the movie again in IMAX on Monday. And I saw it in IMAX, but I saw it in a smaller screen. I'm going to the Chinese to see it. And I'm taking my nephew, my sister's boy. He's never been. He's down from Seattle for a couple days, and he's never
Nice.
never been into the Chinese. So I'm very excited to take him to the Chinese. But yeah, I just would have wanted more of this. Like you could do. Like I would really wanted to see a movie of each character's history. Like do a whole movie with Kumail Nanjiani, his whole history in Bollywood films.
Oh my goodness.
You know, and just how did he navigate the Bollywood film industry from its origins when there was no sound to what we get now, 3-hour Bollywood epics. I would watch a 2-hour movie about that, and it would be great because you could delve into the entire history of the actual Indian film industry and see Sahaji Ray, the Apu trilogy from the 60s, and do a great it would be a Bollywood biopic, but within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I think it'd be
That's
great.
a great idea, actually.
They'll never do that, but I would love to see that. Maybe it could be a series on Disney Plus.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it could be funded. Bollywood would fund that. They would.
I mean, I'd love to see that. And
if money was an issue, I mean.
And right, and it should be, but it should be like a musical and a love story, and it would be great, you know, because they all are. All Bollywood movies are musicals and love stories, even if they're sci-fi epics about robots.
Yeah.
Well, the film they were filming, in the film, let's say, the snippet that we saw looked fantastic. I mean, even that, 5 minutes looked amazing.
Icarus's story. I'm playing you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Darth Plato says, so the Eternals need to keep the life energy up. Piss poor job they're doing as the world's only known piece for 260 odd years across history. Atomic bombs, the death count would have been much higher otherwise. Well, I mean that's a fair point. But they can't interfere.
Yeah.
They can't interfere. So, I mean, they try and do what they can, but they, everything, humanity or whatever intelligent life spins off into its own directions. But that's a fair point.
Mm-hmm.
Fair. Really fair. Yeah.
Stubble McShave says, if the unsnapping started the emergence, wouldn't it start emergences all over the universe? The unsnapping brought back life all over the universe. Are there dozens or hundreds of Celestials being born all over the universe? Well, I would say that the Celestials are all in different phases of their life cycles. I think that the Earth, and we don't know that other Celestials weren't born after the unsnapping. I think the Earth, I think it's Tiamat who's in the Earth. It was just his time.
Yeah.
Is he dead or is he just paused?
I don't know, man. He looks pretty dead to me.
But you know what? I think he's just paused. But you know what this opens also the door for? And I'm so excited about this. And I've been waiting for this. And I cannot wait to see one of my favorite characters portrayed on screen. This opens the door for the High Evolutionary.
Yes, it does.
And it really opens the door for the High Evolutionary for us to see him depicted on screen now. Because he experiments on not just humanity, but just beast evolution. He's all about evolution. So I can't wait to see that.
I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see him in Guardians of the Galaxy 3. I could definitely see that. Adam Warlock, the High Evolutionary, all these characters. But by the way, again, you see a celestial in the sky, and now there's a frozen celestial that's emerging from the undersea. Like what is Earth? What are the scientists, the archaeologists of the world gonna make of a celestial coming out of? I mean, literally coming out of the core of the planet.
Yeah.
I mean, it's now sticking out of the wall. It's not like it's hidden.
That's right. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, where do we go from here? What do we do?
Definitely not hidden. It's right there.
And what does that do?
Thing. Yeah.
What does that do to our religious beliefs? What does that do to humanity?
Hey, it's going to do a lot. It's going to do a lot. But that's why I said, like, right now, there's no, the Celestials, and now us seeing Celestials on screen has opened up so many possibilities now that it's no holds barred. because I'm just basically excited that we will finally see an interpretation of Galactus that we are supposed to see. We're going to see Norrin Rad again, Silver Surfer again, eventually down the road once we get to the Fantastic Four. I'm excited about these things.
Now
Visually, I'm excited.
Okay,
But is he going to completely come out, or is he just
Who?
going to stay in that state?
Who?
The Celestial.
time at the Celestial that was being born of Earth.
Well, here's the thing, because I think they can't. Okay, so we already know for him to make an appearance, Earth has to die. That's the only way. Earth has to be sort of like obliterated or destroyed in order for him to live. So I think now it opens the realm of possibility when it comes to technology and what humanity can learn, whether good or bad. And that's why I'm saying it opens the door huge for the high evolutionary.
Okay, now
does.
I got to ask you both this, and Andre brought this up on Midnight Metal on Midnight's Edge.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that the portrayal of the Celestials in Eternals negates Galactus as a threat? Because we're seeing, because now that you know that the planets are being consumed for Celestials to be born, now how do you aren't the Celestials way scarier than Galactus?
Not really. Not really.
Yeah, definitely.
Because Galactus is just going to come eat the Earth. Well, chomp, chomp, chomp. Let me free that Celestial. Like,
but we know Galactus is okay. So Galactus himself is he's essential for order, for the order of creation. He's essential for the order of just evolution in general. Like Galactus has a purpose, and it is the order of things, and the reason why there has to be in every known galaxy, whether it's for even the different iterations, the different multiverse, like the alternate realities and stuff like that, there's a Galactus. The way we basically see, and people have to understand, like the human form that we see, or the human face or visual that we actually see of Galactus, is because we see him on different planets. He's seen in a different way. Like he's seen as an alien entity. So I think that with Galactus himself, there's a balance. He is a threat to the Earth on a totally different scale, because at least with the Eternals, or I'm not with the Celestials, they're giving Earth a chance to basically decide whether or not, and humanity a chance to decide whether or not they have a purpose and they should exist or not. And that's why I said, I'm going to give you a chance to prove that what you see. Whereas Galactus gives zero fucks.
Yeah, he has no fuck. He just eats.
He just eats.
Galactus got to eat. That's all he cares about.
Because the thing is, it's an unstoppable force. He gives zero fucks. He's like, look, if I see it, and I have this insatiable urge, I can't get rid of it. I have to do it. It's natural order. Your planet must die. Exactly. So if for any planet that actually sees Norrin Rad first, it's like, yo, I'm getting off this planet. I'm getting off this planet. Like literally. If you
but if Galactus comes to Earth, isn't that sort of redundant? Because you've got a celestial half emerged in the Indian Ocean or whatever, and then you've got probably the remnants of a world engine. Oh wait, that's a different universe. But I mean, does Superman exist in the MCU? Apparently he does. So does Batman. I mean,
unless they're using it as tropes to say that that the superheroes that we have in the Marvel universes are real, and the superheroes that they mentioned from DC are just through comics. They could be making that trope. But here's the thing. This is why I say it's not redundant, for the simple fact that who knows? Now we realize the importance of Earth. And now we realize the importance of Earth to other beings. So this is what I'm saying. Now we're bringing Galactus into the fold, where now it's like, okay, beacon, ding, ding, ding. Wait a minute. Earth, there's something there.
Galactus is going to be like, those people brought all the universe back from the Thanos snap. I'm going to eat that planet because it's going to taste good.
Yo, that's what I'm saying. Like,
that's some spicy seasoning there on Earth.
And like you said in the very beginning, like people don't understand the scope is that the world has now witnessed witnessed Eternals, but have actually now witnessed
Celestials, a giant,
now it is now it's a beacon call. It's a wake up call for other realms and other planets and other beings to say, wait a minute, this Earth is of a certain level of importance. So now you're inviting so many different threats. You're inviting the Shi'ar, the Shi'ar Empire. You're basically inviting now. Hopefully, we get a really decent scale of the Inhumans now. Like you're inviting all these possibilities now.
Or because you said the Shi'ar, maybe the emergence of a Celestial is what makes the X-Men come out of the shadows.
Yes, we can see the Horde.
Yep.
There's so many different things now.
I mean, and the thing is, that's where I think that also we've seen the Celestial in the sky. Remember, humanity now has two Celestials, one that was coming out of the planet, and one they saw in the sky. You know, and like you said, that's going to be, and what Ajax says, she marvels that it was Earth, it was no one else, but it was Earth that brought back half the universe.
Exactly, and put it this way: what we saw in Guardians of the Galaxies, the Guardians of the Galaxy, there was a Celestial nowhere where they were basically and they were mining this thing for its resources.
Yes.
So now we basically see a Celestial on Earth. There are resources there.
Yeah,
this is going to be a big thing. People don't understand how huge this is.
Can you imagine that? You could do a whole series about the mineral rights to that Celestial's body in the water. Who's going to get that?
Yeah.
Can you imagine? China's going to claim, all right, we'll forget about Taiwan. We're going to forget about Taiwan, but the Celestial's ours. We're taking that shit.
Like that's
military blockade, a new Cuban Missile crisis.
Hell yeah!
And then the North Koreans are like, no, it's ours. Military standoff.
But they can harvest it if it's dead, right? If it's still dormant.
I think the way I read it, it's dead. I think the Eternals, the Unimind made sure it was dead.
It's dead, but there are still resources.
Oh yeah, plenty. Like in Nowhere, same thing.
That's what I'm saying. Like this is where the whole playing field, everything is. It's fair game now. It is fair game, and I cannot wait. And I'm not. You know what? I don't even want to go the way or the route of any type of speculation. I'm just going a route of saying, you know what? I can't fucking wait to see what is about to happen next.
Well, you know what? You know who do they have to call in? Who on Earth? So the people of the Earth, now there's a Celestial sticking out of the water. Who do you call to consult with? Because the Avengers don't know what it is. Maybe
Aquaman?
Nope. There's one person you got to call in that we haven't met yet. Somebody that the leaders of the world know. We just haven't met him, but because we haven't traveled in his circle yet. But who would be able to consult about what this Celestial is? I'll tell you. Reed fucking Richards. Reed Richards. I wouldn't be surprised if we meet Reed Richards on an expedition to the Celestial in the middle of the ocean. That's how it opens.
Yeah. This is what I'm saying. They are opening the plane. People don't look. The ramifications of this film is so important, whether you like it or you don't. I'm not saying that everybody has to like this film. People, they hate it. That's fine. But there are still ramifications. This film is opening the door for so many possibilities. Reed Richards, and on top of that, the fucking Illuminati, bro.
Oh yeah. How do you think Namor's gonna feel about a Celestial in the ocean, bro? Come on.
Hell yeah, bro.
The fuck is this?
Where this is about to go. You know what this is about. Rob, shit. I am so happy. Like literally, like just. The end of this film just opens so much for me. Was like, yo, let's go.
I think that's why, here's why I love, it's very funny to me whenever I sing the praises of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and like everything, like I'm a James Bond fan, but there's as many bad James Bond movies as there are good James Bond movies, but I like all James Bond movies because I like the franchise. The Marvel Cinematic Universe, of all of the franchises that have existed, I've always said this. Kevin Feige worked on 13 Marvel movies before he got to Iron Man. Spider-Man, X-Men, Elektra, Ghost Rider. He saw what worked and what didn't work. And he was a fan working for Richard Donner. He came up with like Jeff Johns there, and he saw what worked and what didn't work. his job in life was to learn on the job to create the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He saw 13 movies. I mean, he looked at Rob Bowman's Elektra and said, maybe we shouldn't do that. Let's not do that. And it was a good try, but let's not go shoot an Elektra movie up in the woods in Vancouver. Let's not do that. Yeah. So he saw what worked and what didn't. And then we get Iron Man. And if you go back and you watch Iron Man 1, I've said this so many times on this channel, but it's kind of a revelation to go back and look at it now because it's a personal story about one guy, and dealing with his conscience. And the climax is he's fighting against his former mentor and friend who runs his company, and his friend, like, I want to sell weapons, and you don't. Let's fight about it. I mean, and it works, and you go back, and if you watch Iron Man 1 and then you watch Endgame, I mean, just try that as a thought experiment. Go back and watch Iron Man and then watch Endgame. It's crazy. Or better yet, watch Infinity War, because it begins with great Iron Man stuff. It's amazing what they've done. Man. And now, now we're so entitled and jaded that when we see a film that doesn't tick all the boxes, to me, like you, part of the reason I think, and I think you too, is that this movie while imperfect though it may be, if you're a comic fan and you're a fan of science fiction, there's so much here to bite into. Yes. This is like, I would call this a sloppy Joe of a movie. Like if you remember in elementary school, you'd have a sloppy Joe. That's what they'd serve at lunch. It was messy, but it tasted good.
Yes.
And that's kind of how I felt about this. I really like this movie because, like you, Lael, I'm thinking, wow. I mean, they've just blown open the Marvel universe in a giant way. It's like, what one of those chain things that has the blooming onion onion rings. I don't know what it's called.
Outback.
Is that the blooming onion? Like, is it Applebee's or something like that?
Oh,
Whatever.
you're talking about
the fried onion. It's like a
Outback.
fried.
Yeah, Outback Steakhouse.
Outback
They have the
Steakhouse,
blooming onion. It's like the onion ring thing. Yeah. I don't know. We're not with our friend that loves Olive Garden. Should I say he's not here. I don't want to invoke his. I don't want Will. I don't want to invoke Will's name if he's not here. But one day we're gonna see him and we're gonna be like, dude, there are better Italian restaurants in the world. We got to take him to New York.
Yeah, definitely do.
Darth Plato says Dr. Doom, and Tobor says, how about the Fantastic Four showing up?
Well, I think that's they're
priming us for it.
Yeah, because to me, I love John Byrne's Fantastic Four run. That was very cosmic. They left Earth. And a lot of this is setting that up. Like, and now here's what I would like to know. Now that Earth knows Wakanda has been revealed, and now there's the Celestials, is Earth going to start building embassies on other planets? Like, are we going to become? And who's going to lead that charge but Reed Richards?
Yep.
I mean, I would love to see. They're going to introduce Reed Richards, and maybe he goes to talk to whether it's Shuri or M'Baku, because, like, hey, look, you guys, Wakanda has now reached out to the rest of the world. You're building embassies around the world. We need to start building embassies off-world, and I want to work with Wakanda because you're the most technologically advanced. What are we going to do? Like, do we go? Earth needs to start reaching out into the cosmos, and I could see that. That could be really interesting. I don't know how they're going to do that.
And the thing is, it's like you got to prepare, because here's the thing: there has to be order, and there has to be a way for us, because now we've been exposed. Like we were exposed to the Chitauri. We've seen so many different beings come here to Earth and
wreck shop. It's like
wreck shop for conquering. It's like, yo, like, what the hell? Like, and on top of that, like you said before, it's a valid reason for Namor to be like, yo, what the fuck? Like, what are y'all doing up there that's fucking with us down here?
Yeah.
I'm pissed now. You know what I mean? Like, there's
you broke open the crust of the Earth, and now there's a Celestial. If we move him, the planet's going to crack in half.
Hell yeah.
And so what are you going to do? This is my domain. I mean, how many Atlanteans might have lost their lives just that they were underwater and didn't know a celestial was going to show up?
About Aquaman, but so then something has to be done with this celestial. It can't just stay there like that. Something has to be done with.
Well, now it's like a plug in a bathtub. You can't take him out. You can't.
Nope.
He's cracked through the crust of the earth.
Nope. I just imagine, like I said, you're mining now, because the thing is how big that celestial is. It's not, the thing is, you got it, because we only saw a portion of it.
And he's a baby celestial. He's not even.
And that's a baby, exactly. That's not even a celestial in its final form. So but even as a baby, or even as basically just something in the earlier stages, it's rich again with so many resources, things that are destructive, things that can cause. And on top of that, you have to also know, again, the Celestials know that this thing is on Earth, and they know the potential of what can happen with it being left on Earth. You know what I mean? The emergence has caused a huge problem for us.
Yeah, and Earthlings, it's not like someone's going to be like, wait, that giant red thing in the skies that was 10 times as big as the Earth itself, and now there's one coming out of the ocean? Like, what does this all mean, guys?
Yeah.
Anthony Manzano says, does the emergence of a celestial outside the Indian Ocean change the way we see Namor actions overall before Wakanda Forever comes out?
Oh, I think absolutely. It's all going to... Because we heard in... was it in Endgame? They said, well, there's earthquakes under the sea.
Like, what do? We handle it by doing nothing. By not handling it.
Yeah, and of course, Namor flooded Wakanda. You know, and they've talked about in Wakanda Forever. I mean, that's being made now. So obviously, I mean, this has huge implications. And you know what, Lael? I mean, I can see it like in your eyes. You and I are as excited about all this. No, I mean, like, and that's another thing I guess I really liked about this movie was all the possibilities that it opens up for the future of the MCU.
Yes,
and I will, but let me ask you both of you this. Mm-hmm. I do think that, I mean, this is crazy to say with Thanos and all that, but I do think that the Marvel Universe has strained the boundaries of what it is. I mean, I think the Marvel Cinematic Universe has done a really good job of skirting the idea of verisimilitude, the reality, and huge cosmic comic book ideas, like Thanos, or even seeing Stan Lee talking to the Watchers. I mean, it's goofy, but whatever. But Loki and the Time Variance Authority, that spins out the universe into La La Land. I mean, and even WandaVision gets a little with Agatha Harkness. It really has. It took something that they've carefully built that we all can believe in. And I think they've really strained the boundaries of credulity for many audiences. They're looking at Loki going, and I think Loki is the most egregious example. And I liked Loki but as far as the MCU goes, it's really wacky. It takes the boundaries and it goes into Fantasyland. And I think in a way too far. Yeah. At least early on. I mean, WandaVision but that was small and contained. Falcon and Winter Soldier was pretty grounded and down to earth. But Loki was fucking out there. Like way out there.
Yeah.
I mean, even more so than Eternals. I mean, Eternals still has a science fiction believable cosmology behind it, even though Celestials are emerging from the earth. But the Time Variance Authority, and even though it's all part of the Marvel comic universe, it's not like they pulled it out of their ass. It's still there. But it really does seem to me that Loki was so far, it exploded the boundaries of the MCU in terms of what can be there, maybe too far. What do you guys think?
Yeah, and I was talking about this today on Midnight's Edge in regards to the things that they did in Loki that were pushing the boundaries, like, for example, with the Infinity Stones. And I know we've talked about this before, and how, you know, I'm still upset about it. I mean, it's their decision, and there might be people who love it, but For me, I still don't like the Infinity Stones being used as paperweights. Like that's not something I'm comfortable with. And they
No.
didn't have to do that. They could have, created something else, or said that they don't exist in this timeline or something. But to kind of like, it felt like they were removing the power of the Infinity Stones. And the first thing that I thought immediately was all these people who have, the gauntlet and, whatever size gauntlet they have on display. And, the idea that that concept, has been changed a bit, but just so quickly changed. If there was a backstory as to why they couldn't exist there, fine. But do they have to be paperweights? Like, couldn't they just be a myth in that timeline?
I agree. And like, okay, so you have to have the right Infinity Stones for the right universe, or they don't work. But it really made light, and the Russo brothers certainly didn't like that. I mean, it made light of that whole struggle, and that's that. I didn't like that. I also didn't like the fact that the implications behind the time variance authority suddenly. It's one thing to go through the quantum realm, but if you have the time variance authority that can go anywhere, or any when, then it's like, well, that's kind of defeats the purpose. I mean, and plus, there is no verisimilitude in there is no, like, all of the cosmology and the alien races and the Celestials. This might seem strange. I believe them as far as the Marvel Cinematic Universe is concerned. But the way that the time variance authority was portrayed, I don't believe that. I don't believe that it exists. I mean, I know it does, but it seems strange to say this, but I think it went too far. I don't think the Marvel Cinematic Universe, as we have seen it portrayed, even with Eternals, the time variance authority breaks the verisimilitude of all of it. It goes too far into La La Land, into Fantasyland. I really believe that, because it's just too. It's a very, very much a comic book concept, but even the way it's portrayed, it was portrayed whimsically, and that whimsy does not fit with the rest of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I don't think it does.
It did have whimsy to it, and then the part where Mobius gets killed, like, this is so strange because there's a lot of deaths, or let's say what appears to be disappearances, deaths, removals, in that particular story, with people reappearing at other times, so to speak, let's say.
Yeah.
But when he gets kind of like killed, so to speak, like I had this odd reaction to it. Like, it affected me more than some of the deaths of of the other characters. And I tried to figure out why was that. And I think because they had this central story where people who worked for the Time Variance Authority didn't know that they had this other life before them. And they implied it with him, where he wanted to have a jet ski and everything.
Yeah.
And, so I wondered whether or not they should have just, maybe just focused on that at first, and then go ahead and explore Loki and just go nuts with Loki. Just have everything about Loki in a separate section, because he alone could provide you just with the season, just him and no one else.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed watching Loki, but I just thought it kind of broke the boundaries. What do you think, Lael?
Here's what I'm looking at. Because, like I said, I've now watched this season of Loki 3 times. Like, I went back and I watched it because I like to kind of, after I've seen it the first time, go back and dissect certain things.
Sure.
The most important aspect of this film is to also realize that everything that we see in the time variance is a lie. A lot of it is a lie. A lot of what we actually seen with the timekeepers was a lie.
Right.
They were artificially created for them to basically believe. And that's what I also think about the stones. They were basically placed there to take it was to kind of depower individuals who are powerful, to make them believe. It's sort of like you're training them. You want to reprogram them to believe that the power that they think they possess is meaningless in this particular world, where in fact it's like, how do you take away a threat? Is to take away a person's will, their belief in something that really, we know it's powerful, but if you just break a person's will, then they won't think about it any further.
Right.
They know that the Tesseract is powerful. they know that these stones have incredible ramifications. But I think that that was really, and they were using that as a point to say that, you know what, your interpretation of power doesn't exist here, when in fact it's just a fear element. It's to keep them really like on their level, to kind of like keep them trained and on a leash. We're going to keep you on a leash by making you believe that something really isn't what it is. And that's why I think that even with the time authority and how actually the timekeepers, when they went and saw him, it was like, wait a minute, do you mean to tell me that these individuals weren't really real? So now it actually opens up the realm where, look, no, those stones really are fucking powerful. And what you were showing us was this bullshit. That's what I believe they were, because I had to go back and watch it. And I'm like, okay, now I get it. Now I
like
get
that.
why. And
I like that too.
The person who is completely responsible for that, again, is Kang, or that version of Kang, because he's seen it all. And the reason why he keeps these people this way is you're getting rid of a threat. You're keeping a threat on a leash, and you're keeping them away from their actual purpose, a purpose that can interfere with your intentions. So this is why it was created. So yeah, they know that those stones really do have purpose, but they want Loki to believe it doesn't. Yeah, if it makes sense.
Yeah, I know, I can see that. I still think it went too far. You know, I still think it's a little wacky, the end of time and everything. And like I really liked the show on its own. Yeah. I didn't like the show as part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, if that makes sense.
Well, the beginning of of Loki reminded me of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Like, yeah,
that's
exactly that it was.
That is a beautiful analogy. You are absolutely right. It had that same kind of crazy whimsy, Zaphod Beeblebrox, Trillion,
yes.
You know, far out in the unfashionable end of the uncharted backwaters of the western spiral arm of the galaxy lies a small, unregarded yellow sun.
And that clock, the talking clock, was like, I guess, like the guide, you know?
Yeah.
But talking.
Yes. Yes, and even that was, I mean, I liked it, but it was so wacky. And I think what's really interesting too is, now, okay, let me ask you guys both this question. First of all, Paul from Twin, because this is important. Paul from Twin Flicks says, do you think Eternals would have worked better as a miniseries?
Yes. But I think it's great now, but I think it would have been, why can't we have both?
Well, you know what? I would love it, like, on Disney Plus. It would be great to, like, Quentin Tarantino broke his Western, The Hateful Eight, into a 4-part miniseries for Netflix, and he added a bunch of stuff, and each part was an hour long. I would love to see Disney Plus do that with the Eternals. Make it a 4-hour thing and add all this stuff back in that even though Chloe Zhao said it was 4 scenes that we might see, I am willing to bet that there's a lot more to this. They won't do it because that's not how. I mean, it's so funny. The studio's like, what? You know, you want us to do what?
Yeah, you know what I think would have worked, honestly, is Eternals would have worked originally. It would have worked off-world first.
Yes.
The reason why I say that is it would have worked off Earth if Earth would have been the final conclusion. It's like, you know what, if you're creating an event, like we got the Guardians of the Galaxy, right? We seen them off-world for different movies. We didn't actually see them on Earth until we saw Endgame. I think with Eternals, it would have worked if it was off-world first and make Earth the final solution, where now we see our creation, where we need to see where our creation is going now that we've actually seen all these different worlds. I think it would have probably worked. Not saying that they have to do that the entire time, but I think if we would have saw them, because remember, this core group of the Eternals aren't the only Eternals that are out there. There's many of them.
Right. There's many groups.
So it would have worked if they were off-world first, in my opinion. If we would have saw them off-world, it would have probably worked a tad bit better. It wasn't good because I love the film.
It's funny because we do meet the we do meet the Eternals in this movie when they're reconstituted with their new forms. I mean, we do.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. It would have been a really to see like the Eternals come back. You know, they're transformed, and they could have looked totally different. They would have looked like the whatever, like they would have been like tentacled aliens, because that was the planet they were just on. You know,
Right. Right.
And they came back from like the Vogon planet from Hitchhiker's Guide, whatever, and then you see them transmuted, and they're like proto humans or whatever. And then you see them, they go on the ship. And then you see them against the wall, and they transform. But yeah, you could have. That would have been great.
I really like that. I think I wish we could get that, somehow.
Yeah,
Just to kind of see before, like we're seeing before Earth was the prime directive. Let's see where the Eternals were. What other worlds had to actually suffer the same consequence? What other worlds suffered this actual, and it would have made more sense in a sense if for the Eternals to witness this, right? And then once they come to the Earth, it's like, wait a minute, do we want to see this destruction? Because we've seen things for millions, billions of years. We've seen this. Do we want to see the same outcome for this planet, or do we want to fight to give it a chance?
I have to tell you, there is a science fiction duology, 2 books.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If someone came to me and said, Rob, you can make anything you want to make, any science fiction thing you'd want to make, I would want to turn the second of these books into a 7-year TV series. But the first book is called The Forge of God, and it's by Greg Bear. And the premise of the book is there is an alien civilization in the universe. Nobody knows where they are. They're hidden. And they've sent out von Neumann machines. And von Neumann machines are self-replicating machines. So they go out, and what they do is these von Neumann machines seek out planets that have developing civilizations that might one day threaten this other hidden alien race. And so these von Neumann machines drop these things into like the ocean. These two machines that these von Neumann machines drop off, they bore into the core of a planet, and it takes about a year, and they spin down, and the core is destroyed, and this emerging alien race or whatever life, the planet is destroyed. So this alien race is getting rid of anyone who might be a rival before they've actually ascended to their technological and physiological development. Yeah. And so what happens is there's another alien race, call it the United Federation of Planets, that are one step behind this hidden race, and they try and save the populations of these planets that are going to be destroyed. And it's Earth. In the Forge of God, Earth has been, Earth has a year left to it before it is destroyed. And this alien race tries to save all of our culture, our art, our music, our history. And while they're gathering up all of this material, and they talk to a few people on Earth because they have to add human allies to help them. And they are terraforming Venus and Mars quickly to hopefully save as many human beings as they can before the Earth is destroyed. And Eternals kind of reminded me of this. And the book is fantastic. The better book is the second book, Anvil of Stars. That's my dream project to make into a show, and I won't get into that. But I think the idea of this kind of cosmic, call it, I mean, we've seen things like Xandar, we've seen Nowhere, we've seen Ego, the living planet, who's also a celestial. The Marvel Cinematic Universe has given us a wide-ranging cosmology and shown us huge, and even this movie begins. We've seen the Infinity Stones when Wong talks about it. Well, let me tell you, Tony Stark, what the Infinity Stones are. And there's that great moment in the Sanctum Sanctorum where he's explaining the Infinity Stones to Tony Stark. So the Marvel Cinematic Universe has a massive cosmology now. In terms of all the way from the dawn of creation to the Infinity Stones to the Time Variance Authority, all this stuff. So the question is, now that we have all of this, how does the MCU move forward in a way that it still is grounded? Or can they? Have they gone too far? Can they still tell the same story? I mean, I know they're talking about Kang, but even Kang, he's also Ramatep back in ancient Egypt, and he wanted to recruit Apocalypse to be his acolyte. There's all kinds of crazy shit that the MCU, can it take it, or will it be broken by all of this?
Good question. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. This is something that everybody has been asking, because I guess they're looking at it from the point of view that the first two phases were the pinnacle of the MCU.
But were they?
Well, I'm guessing that's what the way that they're looking at it. We still don't know what the following phases are going to entail. We've only just started to see the stories unfold, and with such a big catalog of work, it's kind of impossible to predict. I mean, if anything, we're seeing such a variety now of characters, and just the excitement that you and Lael have in seeing the possibility of different characters coming on, even with the end credits. Despite the end credits, other characters are like, well, this happens, then obviously this guy's going to have to show up. That excitement, I think, is great, because it doesn't feel as contained as it was before. It feels like the possibilities are endless, and I think they're going to have to go in that route, because you can't do the same thing over and over again. It's not that I don't enjoy watching MCU films repetitively. I have done that. Like, I've watched a film and then rewound it and watched it again for a second time. But in order for them to survive, they have to go into a new direction, and they have to explore their catalog. The catalog must be explored. And I think that when they explore the catalog, we are going to see fans and people who have never seen these characters, like in the Eternals. They need to see that it's more than just that first one or two phases. They don't realize. And I don't know. I don't know whether it's even possible to portray every character. But if anything, if no one opens up the comic book, at least they'll be able to see these characters portrayed in live action. And I think it's relevant, because there are a lot of questions that the characters and the stories, address. And I think that, it'll be enriching for people, even if they find you're not going to like every film. And this is just the fact of how it is. You may have preferred, Iron Man 2 to Iron Man 3. I mean, it's up to the individual, but I think that all these characters have something to offer, and the development of them and seeing them come onto the screen has been enjoyable. Even with, let's say, in the sense that Loki wasn't quite what I thought it would be, and there are some areas where I think there could be improvement. I think that they are going in the right direction. I think that whatever formula they're doing, trying to think outside of the box, like with WandaVision, I loved that idea of what they decided to do. And I also loved Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Like, I felt that story needed to be told. That needed to be told.
We've talked about that. I loved it. I mean, the central conceit of, can Sam Wilson in this day and age be Captain America? I thought that was an incredibly relevant story when it went back to The Truth, that comic book, The Truth, and with Isaiah and his conflict. I loved it. I loved it. It was. What'd you think, Lael? I mean, I thought it was great.
Yeah. Here's the thing: is like what I was, because we know what the MCU has basically been preparing for a long time. We know that James Gunn, before the initial firing in the very beginning and the rehiring, is that he was partly in charge of the MCU's galactic portion of where they actually wanted to see the universe going. We know that also, again, finally, we are getting Adam Warlock realized on the big screen. that's going to play a very significant role.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, we're talking about Adam Warlock and where he can go. That basically means that there's a possibility we might actually get the future version of him, which is the destructive Magus itself. But the reason why I say that is because now we're there. They already said that the MCU going forward is going to be split. We're going to have the galactic portion of the MCU, and then we're going to also have the supernatural. And I think that this is pretty much where it's going to be split and where we're going to see it. The reason why reason why I do believe that we're going to actually see Secret Wars, that we're going to see Battle World, that we're going to see the Beyonder, that we're basically going to see so many different
Dude,
things.
I've been joking. I've been joking about the Beyonder, but I mean, I think we're getting to the point where after seeing Loki, I'm like, you know what? The Beyonder could show up.
Hell yeah.
I'm
Hell
like,
yeah.
and you get a hybrid of Battle World and then the Secret Wars that the Beyonder oversaw.
Hell yes.
And I never
happened, bro.
I never thought I would want to see the Beyonder, but you know what? After Loki, they're doing the goddamn Beyonder. The Beyonder is going to show up. I mean, I especially if he's wearing his white '80s linen suits with the high, who knows? Yeah, I have to tell you.
That's what I'm saying.
But I have to say, the other night I was watching Elizabeth and I were watching the Great British Baking Show, as we do, and she went to the bathroom and I clicked over and I just watched the opening scene of Civil War when they're in Lagos, and they're fighting. It's so good. It's so well directed. It's so much fun. The characterization, you've got Falcon, you've got Wanda, you've got Natasha, and you've got Captain America. And they're there going after Romulo. It's so good. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, I love this. It's so beautifully directed, great action. And I'm like, this is peak Marvel Cinematic Universe. And we now take it all for such granted. But my God, those movies collectively. I mean, even every time I watch Age of Ultron, it just gets better
and better.
It gets better every time I watch it.
Yeah,
and that's
because you see things. It's like now, it's just like they did with the prequels. It's just like they did with the prequels for Star Wars. Now you got Clone Wars, which kind of gives you the filler. And then we're getting Obi-Wan and we're getting Ahsoka. We're getting so many different, so they're actually going to kind of weave those things together. And again, in chat, we're not talking about Star Wars now because I don't want to go down that road because I know that's already the divisive spirit. But I'm just using that as an example for the MCU as to the simple fact that we're getting things sewed together. So it's going to be crazy.
Yeah, and there's a lot of good stuff.
Darth Plato says, which suit will Beyonder wear?
I hope it's the white one. I hope it's the white. I hope
no,
it's the white.
You know what? Look,
please give us that.
If they're gonna, I have to say, last night I saw House of Gucci, and
oh really? How was that?
It's good, but not great. But there's a lot of great things in it. Lady Gaga. By the way, afterwards, Ridley Scott, Lady Gaga, Adam Driver, and Jared Leto spoke.
Wow.
It was. First of all, Jared fucking Leto. Oh my God. He's unrecognizable and awesome. Lady Gaga, incredible. She was incredible. And I love Tom Ford. Like my dream in life, if I hit the CrossFit and lost 50 pounds and got all ripped, I would only wear Tom Ford. Like there's men that I have man crushes on. I do. Tom Ford's one of my idols, and he's a great filmmaker. If you haven't seen one of the most beautiful and devastating movies, A Single Man, it's about a man who's lost his lover. He's a gay man that's lost his husband, lover?
Colin Firth.
Colin Firth has lost Matthew Good. That film is incredible. And it is so beautiful. I just love Tom Ford. Tom Ford's a character in House of Gucci because in the mid-'90s, they're like, we have to save the brand. So we're bringing this guy from Texas to do it. And he did. Tom Ford saved Gucci. And I love seeing that. I mean, it was a lot of fun to watch.
Okay.
But anyway, I was going there I kept thinking about Morbius when I saw him on stage, just so you know. I'm like, I wanted to ask him some Morbius questions, but I didn't want to embarrass myself. But, you know, I can't. That's another thing. I mean, another thing that I think as Marvel fans, the tying together of the Sony Spider-Verse and the MCU, I don't know what's going to happen in No Way Home. I've not heard anything other than the rumors that everyone's read. I do not know what's going to happen. People, except a couple of things.
Well, Lael,
there are things I know.
Is it not true that we saw more people cosplaying as some version of Spider-Man at Comic-Con this year than any other costume?
Yeah. That's all you saw. That's pretty much all you saw. There was so many iterations of Spider-Man, whether it was Spider-Gwen, Miles, whether it was like, I even actually saw God Spider there. Like literally. There were so many different iterations at Comic-Con of you know, a Spider-Man. So the thing is here, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I'm going in literally, and when I said this, like people were like, what? I'm going into Spider-Man and No Way Home with zero expectations. And I'm not going in with my hopes up high at all. Because the thing is, the hype train for this film has been so high, like literally so high, and what people expect to see, who they expect to see in this film. I'm like, you know what? I'm not even the second trailer, once that drops, I'm not watching it. I just want to go in this film just completely blind with zero expectations.
Do you think it's like everyone's like, Mephisto's going to show up in WandaVision? And I think I loved WandaVision, but they did things that I still having Evan Peters come back and playing Quicksilver, that was so weird. Like it was so, and they purposefully, I felt that was a big misstep. Like have him be Quicksilver and make it part of this multiverse rip that has happened, because clearly they've been setting it up for a while. J. Jonah Jameson and Far From Home. This multiverse rip has been happening for a while, and they've planned it. Yeah. So maybe we'll see Quicksilver, and they'll admit that, he's from the different universe. But with this Spider-Man movie, it's so weird because I feel that they've played us the wrong way. You know, it's like, let's announce Alfred Molina and Jamie Foxx, and now we're going to tease Willem Dafoe. And like, okay, well, if you're doing that, and if Sony's already made Into the Spider-Verse with all of these different iterations of Spider-Man, why are you playing with us? Like, why? I feel that was a big marketing misstep. And they're like, let's keep it a secret. I'm like, well, okay, until the next trailer, where if Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield are in the movie, you have to admit it, don't you? Yeah. I mean, who's not going to go see it?
Just say it instead of just dancing around that, because I think what it is, like I said, it is a total misdirect to what they're really attempting to do. And I heard you say this before, Rob, like you said, basically like this is a setup, for transition. And I know a lot of people because I had this we were talking about this on my show the other day of how the Sony universe is setting up whereas they're focusing more so now on villains. We have Kraven coming up. We have the anti-hero with Morbius. They were talking about Madam
That
Web.
second trailer looks great, by the way.
That second trailer is fucking incredible.
Dude, that was a banger.
I'm excited. Hell
banger.
I'm excited about that shit. So
I always love Morbius. Love it.
Yeah, hell yeah. So this is the thing. If Sony chooses to go that route, more power to them. More power to them. Because basically, look, that eventually, and I think Tom Holland knows that, his Spider-Man or the version of his character is going to end up in Sony. We know that. So, I guess Marvel and Sony is going to continue to basically play nice. They're going to play nice.
There's no way. I mean, they're not going to end this relationship. It's incredibly lucrative for everybody.
Hell no. Because the thing is, you got to keep in mind, Sony wants to play too, bro. And they want as much as they don't want to admit it, they want their characters in the MCU, bro. They do.
Of course they do.
They want that MCU money. Like,
dude, we know that Michael Keaton is in
yeah.
is in Morbius. Like
Hell yeah.
it's not just Spider-Man, it's now Vulture. I mean, it's all crossing over. I mean, I understand Vulture technically was a Sony character, but it's all, and what I love about it, to be honest, is you have two corporate entities that have basically said, fuck it. Our rights, it doesn't matter. Like our rights agreements, doesn't matter. Fuck it. I mean, literally, they're doing that, and they're like, yeah, we'll win an Academy Award for Into the Spider-Verse. Well, you've got, and to me, it but to me, it's benefiting everyone. You know, there is absolutely no downside. And what's funny is, they have us, grown men, talking at, well, for you guys, it's 5:30 in the morning, talking about whether or not, like, we're talking about the MCU and the Sony Spider-Verse. They're all the same. With the multiverse, they're all the same. There's no difference. It's all the same continuum. And by the way, it's only, I will call it right now, I'll give it 5 years. One day, you will see the Avengers versus the Justice League.
I can't wait. I can't wait.
I believe, bro, literally,
I can't wait.
Rob, you are saying the shit that we actually said last night when we saw this film. And the thing is, it's inevitable. Like, listen, they are making, look, when you watch a DC film, if you're watching, they always make quips and they always talk about the Marvel Universe in so many different aspects. Marvel does the same thing, bro. There is going to be a Marvel verse. There is.
Chloe Zhao was asked in an interview,
there is.
You know, does Superman exist in the MCU? The answer is yes, he does. We just haven't seen him yet because Superman has been normalized. Superman was the first. I can't wait till one day, you know, that maybe the Justice League of America and the MCU is the first government sanctioned. They talked about the Sokovia Accords. It's like, you know what? We finally got the superheroes that would bend to our will. Just like in Dark Knight Returns, Reagan ran Superman and Batman was pissed at him. That's why it was so important for me to get this armored Batman figure. Thank you, Bob Dylan. Thank you for sending that to me. You're a good man, sir. I don't know if you're up now, but thank you. That's one of the things that's why I wanted this armored Batman figure and the golden armor Wonder Woman from Kingdom Come. But yeah, I mean, it's all the same shit. And the same thing, what's happening, the same thing that comic book companies loved. I mean, when I was a kid, one of my favorite things was the Spider-Man versus Superman comic. I love that. The oversized, I loved that comic. It was so good.
Yep.
Jill A was saying, I hope Spider-Man No Way Home is a solid movie and not just fan service for the sake of it. And Thunderwing Doomslayer says, yeah, I'm hoping from what I heard, Spider-Man 3 is going to be epic.
Well, that's what they're saying. But the problem is here, too. This idea of all of these crossovers and things, I just hope that the core tenet of the character is not lost. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, I was hoping that I was saying to people, I forget what I was saying, but with the home titles, you know, Homecoming, Far From Home, that's what I wanted. I wanted another home title. Now it's No Way Home, but I wanted him to come home, you know, and be in the neighborhood.
You want a happy ending.
Yeah, tell me a story about your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. They're doing the same thing with Spider-Man they're doing with everything else. It has to be epic and apocalyptic. Realities are going to clash and change, and I feel that trope is now being used too much. You know, I look at the Bond franchise. In 1979, Moonraker happened. Bond went into space in the wake of Star Wars. And then in 81, they had to bring it back down to Earth. What do you do when you've had the army fighting Drax's forces in orbit in jetpacks and all that shit? What you have to do is then go back to the essence of the character, make him a spy again. And so Spy Who Loved Me, For Your Eyes Only was brought back down to Earth, and they're looking for a decoding device, and it was a spy story, and it was all real locations, and Bond was back skiing and all that. Well, I feel like the MCU needs a little bit of that. Spider-Man's the character, bring him back down to Earth. But we're not getting that. We're getting a gigantic, there's a tear in the fabric of reality. It's like this epic thing. No one remember. And they've gone back to the One Fine Day? The Mephisto story that Straczynski wrote, where they're no longer married and everything changed. That was the inspiration for this. What's that story, Lael? It's not One Fine Day, or
it was
One More Day.
I think you're talking about when
Mephisto
with Mephisto, and he said, well, what you have to do is you can no longer be married to
MJ,
Mary Jane, and everything has to change. I think that was one. Hold up, I think that was one. Hold up, wait a minute.
It's that's what they're doing. They're doing that storyline, in comic book form, and that's fine, but. It's like, does everything have to be this apocalyptic, world-ending, reality-bending story? And, what struck me about Civil War...
One More Day.
It's One More Day. I mean,
More Day, yeah.
and that was a very controversial story because you have Mephisto. I mean, you got the devil and Spider-Man. But sometimes I really do think that and that's why, you know what I loved about Falcon and Winter Soldier? It was grounded.
Yeah.
Despite the fact they had to rework it, it was grounded. I liked the fact that they dealt with the snap. Like, well, I came back and I just want to fix my boat. Can I get a loan? You got a brother and sister going to the bank. I'm like, people forget in that show, Sam and his sister went to get a loan at the bank, and they couldn't get the loan.
Yeah.
And they're dealing with the reality of. I loved the reality of when you've been snapped and you come back after. What do you do? Like, where your credit's gone because you haven't made any payments in 5 years. Just because you were snapped away, the credit card companies aren't going to be like, well, let's give us we'll give you our Thanos discount. I liked that.
Exactly.
I thought it was really interesting.
Exactly.
Jill A says, where's the No Way Home trailer? I thought they'd attach it to Eternals, but I guess not.
Well, you know why they didn't? Do you know why they didn't? Because all eyes are on Eternals now. If they release the Spider-Man No Way Home trailer, that's all anyone's going to talk about. I would suspect we won't get a No Way Home trailer for at least a couple more weeks. You've got to let these new characters come out and marinate in the eyes of the public.
Yeah.
Yes, and Russ Whitfield says, in a recent interview, The Rock was teasing a crossover with Marvel.
Well, he did say that he wants Gal Gadot and Ryan Reynolds. He said, I want Wonder Woman and Deadpool and Black Adam to be in a movie together. And, look, God love the guy. But, that's not exactly, I don't think that's exactly, it's.
That's not how it works, Rocky.
No.
That's the way
I mean, it's fine, but I think that we have to get back to, look, to me, again, it's all about characters and story. And one of the things I think has been, and while I liked Homecoming and I liked Far From Home, I would love to see a personal Spider-Man story. I mean, I would love to see a stripped-down version of Kraven the Hunter coming into town and just wanting to kill Spider-Man. There are things that are going to happen in No Way Home that I know about that are let's just say when Tom Holland says it's bittersweet, there are things that are bittersweet that happen in this movie where some people are going to be substituted for other people in the Spider-Man mythos. And that's fine. But, I just wish, why do we have to have these apocalyptic stories all the time?
Well, this is something that is very interesting, and maybe the actual writing of it was done 5 or 6 years ago. The screenplay, let's say, and that end was made at that time. But it would be great if they thought a little bit outside of the box with it and gave him that somewhat happier ending. Not a happy ending, but a happier ending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, our friend Mikey Lito, who you know, who
Hi.
is one of my favorite members of the Post-Geek Singularity community. Mikey Lito says, the existential question, why is this happening now? He's referring to Eternals.
The
Like
Eternals,
what?
yeah. Sorry.
Well, I mean, plot-wise, I guess because the snap happened. They're bringing it back to, but those people. There was that many people. I guess during the 5 years that people were snapped away, there was more people on the planet. People were born, and then when the people came back, there was that many more people. So that's why it was happening. Do you buy that?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Why is that? I mean, look, I think that's a great question, but you just have to. I just say, okay, and it was in the trailers. It's in the movie. I love Selma Hayek when she's explaining this to Icarus, and when she says, and she's marveling again. She's once again marveling at humanity. She's going, these humans. Who would have thought that of all the planets in the universe, it was once again Earth that somebody snapped their fingers and brought everyone back, not just on Earth, but everyone, and in my mind, I thought it wasn't just Earth-based. It was the fact that the energy that brought everyone in the universe back, it was that energy, that's what triggered the celestial waking up.
But was it you or Lael who said this, that maybe it's not just Earth that is having an emergence right now? Maybe it is other planets as well that are having.
No, Lael said that, and I think that, I would like to believe that the Celestials, there aren't that many of them. There's millions of planets, and I would think that there's only a very few, and in my mind, only the Earth was close to an emergence.
Yeah.
It has to be millions, if not billions, of years.
Did they say? So Chloe hasn't mentioned, or they didn't say where in a timeline right now that this movie fits. That was never mentioned, right?
Well, I think it fits pretty close. I mean, obviously, it happens post Endgame.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, is it during it? If it's post Endgame, then it's all happening around the time that we've gone through WandaVision. We've gone through
yeah,
around that
because
time
WandaVision takes place 3 weeks after everyone comes back.
Yeah,
and then Spider-Man Far From Home takes place about 8 months afterwards.
After everybody has been snapped back.
Yeah, and then Falcon Winter Soldier takes place between those two.
Yeah.
And then Loki starts out in 2012 and then goes to the end of time.
Yeah.
So the end of Far From Home is like 8 months. So I would imagine probably in that sphere. Probably pretty close to when people came back, but they didn't give us where the other places actually pinpointed an actual time. Eternals didn't.
We just know the conversation that she had with Icarus.
Yep.
And about the snap. We know that particular. And in the one scene that they did, because I didn't see this in the film. I guess it was on cutting room, but we saw it in the trailer. Is when Icarus, they said who can lead the Avengers, and Icarus was, well, maybe I can, or maybe I will, or something like that. So did that?
No, I think that's in the film when they're sitting, they're all having dinner.
Was it? Because yeah, I guess it probably was.
Because Sprite says about Captain Rogers,
Yeah. Okay. Then maybe it was. I missed that part.
But that's another thing. I mean, when they do that, it would have been nice to have a little bit more, to know that the Eternals, I would have thought if Kingo can go be a Bollywood film star, why wouldn't one of the Eternals moonlight as an Avenger? Why wouldn't Cersei be like, that guy's a hunk of burning love? Why wouldn't she show up and be like,
maybe they did, but we don't know.
Yeah, well, that's true.
That's what I'm saying. Who knows what Icarus flew off to do? That's the thing. It's like his and what he did and his purpose around that time is so shrouded in mystery that we don't know. Like we don't know where these people really were.
Well, like, would Icarus know in the 90s during Captain Marvel that the Skrulls came to Earth? Would Icarus have ties to S.H.I.E.L.D.?
That's what I'm saying. Like these are all the things. These are all the questions that need to be.
I mean,
be answered, but we would hope to be answered.
I mean, I would think that the Eternals, like, they're creatures of the universe, so they know everyone.
Yeah.
Like Icarus is like, yeah, I've been on Earth for 7,000 years. Like, you think he wouldn't know? You know, if they're in Mesopotamia or the Hanging Gardens of Babylon or with the Incas, like, why wouldn't Icarus consult with S.H.I.E.L.D.? You know, or whoa, the Skrulls are on Earth. Let's have a conversation with them. You know, wouldn't there be something going on? Like,
yeah.
Well, Mikey Lito further says, in the continuum of the MCU and what we know is going to happen, why introduce this thread at this moment?
that's a good. I mean, look. I think because the cosmic nature, because Guardians of the Galaxy, because Galactus, because the Fantastic Four, because Adam Warlock, because they have to. Well, I guess they didn't have to do this, but I think they have a plan. I mean, they always have a plan.
Yeah.
They know what's going on. They're trying to expand the Marvel universe beyond, and I think you're right, Lael. They're the Beyonder. I mean, where do you go from the Celestials? You go to the Beyonder. Right?
You look from the Celestials, you go to Beyonder, the one above all, you go to, so many individuals.
Like you said, the High Evolutionary. I mean, all
High Evolutionary, like that's what I'm saying. Like they're getting into the evolution and galactic portion of where the MCU has the potential to go. You know what I mean? So it's like, again, I'm just basically sitting back watching how, because Kevin Feige said that they already have the next 5 to 10 years planned out already.
Yeah.
So, which really do they? But I guess they do. Who knows?
Well, no, I think they do. I mean, for those of you who don't know, and again, Rob Burnett's such a Marvel shill, but they did come out with a great.
What does that even mean? What does that mean?
Well, there is. Here's a funny thing.
That means that he gets money to say positive things about Marvel.
Yeah. And here's what's really this is my favorite thing.
Man, I'm a shield.
So. Fan. I'm a big fan of I watch a lot of like fandom menace channels. There's a lot of people I'm very fond of. Like I love Az.
I like your boy Zach.
My boy Zach. I love Gary. I love Gary Beekler, Nerdrotic. He's a big fan, and I watch all these channels, and obviously I'm a big fan of. I love Ethan Van Sciver, and here's what's really funny. I was explaining today that I watch Sargon of Akkad, and people are like, why do you? I watch all kinds of YouTubers that have all different kinds of viewpoints because I learn, or I don't to watch somebody that agrees with me. I learn nothing. Like I like to watch alternative points of view, even people that are diametrically opposed to things that's provocative to me because I learn. So if I wanted to listen to somebody that thinks the same way as I do, I don't get anything out of that other than like great positive reinforcement. So which is fine. But a lot of people don't like that. They don't like the fact that I watch these things, or they get angry.
Go
ahead.
Though? Like I don't understand why not. Like why can't you watch these things though?
Well, I think I here's what I don't get. Like when I was growing up, I had a paper route. I delivered papers. I was a paper boy, and one of the things, my favorite section of the paper was the op-ed section. I loved it. And it was the way I learned the most from the op-ed section, because they would usually comment on a news story that happened a day or two before and they would opine and give me some perspective that I didn't understand. I mean, I was like 12, 13. What the fuck did I know? But I learned things, and I realized that it didn't matter whether I agreed with a person or not. Yeah. What was important was the ideas that were presented, and I got to choose. I got to decide. I'd be like, do I agree or disagree with this person? And just because they wrote an article, I didn't have to agree with them. But here was the thing. It was not painful. Yeah. It was not violence. I might have read something. I'm like, that guy's an asshole. But it didn't hurt me. I just realized I'm going to watch out for that guy. Yeah. But the important thing was he made me, or they made me, or she made me, or who made me, anybody makes you think. And if you have somebody that challenges your viewpoint, it forces you to focus what it is you believe. And when you meet somebody that is vehemently opposed to your viewpoint, you must then bring to bear all of the arms you need to defend your point of view, which means that you have to think about, okay, why do I believe what I believe? How come I believe this? And if I have to defend these viewpoints, what is the best way to do that? Yeah. So the question I want to ask to you guys, in our space, in our YouTube space, in the critical space, this movie, everyone's like, it's the first Marvel film that's rotten. And there's a lot of people being critical about it. Everyone's saying, this movie is boring. And the knives are sharpened. Why do you think that is? Before this movie came out, before many people saw it, we're in a full-on, and not only that, people are sitting back going, ha, 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 Marvel, you're not as invincible as we thought you were. And people are gleefully happy that this movie might, by the way, economically, so far it's doing all right. But why is it that our community gleefully or why do people want this movie to fail?
I never thought in a million years we would be in a world where this, like, people really would want to see things fail. Go ahead. No. Go ahead.
You already started.
I mean, I honestly, I never thought that we would live in a world where people would want to see that, would want to see the failure of a franchise that, people really, really enjoy.
That people love.
That, like, I never thought. And here's the thing that obviously you yourselves, but here's the thing. This is what really, I guess, kills me, is because you have the DCEU fans who want to see Marvel fail. You have Marvel who wants to see. It's like always so divisive there.
So and weird.
What you don't understand is just like the success for one means the success for another. You know what I mean? Like, I never really understood that. And instead of people looking at it like, yo, wow, like, all these years, I would have never imagined us seeing this displayed on film, in live action. Like, I'm just marveling off of that. Regardless,
dude, Infinity War and Endgame, mind blowing to me, mind blowing.
Like, it just, I never really thought that we would see something like that. Like where people would really gleefully want to see the failure of a franchise. Like, I never in a million years thought that. And the thing is, it's like, for me, it's like, okay, sometimes word of mouth can perpetuate really bad influences.
Yeah.
Word of mouth can really perpetuate. And the thing is, I'm so glad that, the audience rating has been a bit better. That is better than the and here's the thing. I want to go back and say, like, for critics who have actually seen this film and you didn't like it, that's fine. As long as you've actually given it an honest review, and that you're not really copying and pasting what someone else might have actually said, then that's fine. You know what I mean? And it's fine for you not to basically like it. Do I feel as though the rating is justified for this film? Hell no, I don't.
Because people are saying the movie's bad. Like, it's not bad. It's thought-provoking. It's interesting. You know,
Yeah.
and maybe it doesn't fit in the Marvel mold, but it's certainly not a bad movie. It's a beautifully made movie. It's handsomely produced. Everyone's giving it their all. It's an Academy Award winning director who's bringing something unique. I mean, and I'm not saying, and people are like, oh, there's Rob Schilling again. No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I mean, I really enjoyed the experience of watching this film. I really enjoyed it. Is it perfect? No. But I think it's hugely ambitious. This movie swings for the fences, man.
Yeah.
And it is not stupid and dumbed down, and it's not insulting the way, I don't know, Star Trek Discovery is. This film is I think it is something to admire and something, but everyone's like, it's terrible. I'm like, but come on. This is not look, I grew up, I love terrible movies. This is not one of them.
Like I don't know. It's beyond me, man.
It is bewildering, and I mean, there are going to be people who just don't like the film, and that's
that's fine.
In their rights to dislike something, and I hesitate sometimes to try to figure out why there may be people who feel that way, or why a critic would respond that way, only because I feel like they have to answer for themselves. If you were to ask them, why did tell me the reason why you feel this way. But what I can say is that I think that if you're looking at a film and you're going to say to yourself, I'm a reviewer, I'm a critical reviewer, and you go ahead and review the film, I would like to believe that most critics are looking at the film and they're saying that they're looking at a rubric that they have of what the film should contain and what it shouldn't contain. But I just can't imagine that they would feel that they expect everyone to agree with their review. This is their own personal review.
Right.
And so it doesn't represent sort of like the review of everybody on Earth. And so that's, a review is a very personal thing to an individual. Now, these sites that gather thousands of reviews together. And so now we're sort of like looking at it collectively, and it's a small sample of the population. I think that we'll find that this particular film it's going to continue to do well, and people are going to go to see it over and over again. And I'll probably see it again. Both of you probably will see it again. And people are going to have these opinions about these films. But I don't know. I mean, I kind of feel like if someone actually wanted the film to fail, I think that their mindset is completely outside of what a reviewer does. This is sort of like wishing something, ill will. And I just hope that that's just not the case for the majority of people who maybe didn't care for the film. And that's fine that they didn't care for it. It's okay. Like there were some films, that were made that I don't care for, but I don't wish them ill will. I'm glad you made your film, and, it actually made me think, about my own personal biases in my particular case. And perhaps what they're expressing, is something that they need to share. And perhaps YouTube is the only place they can share this. And, perhaps it's better that they're sharing it with us and we're seeing their frustrations, whether, trying to figure out whether it's right or wrong, perhaps it's not the main purpose of us seeing those videos. They have a voice and they want to be heard. And we don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. Of course I don't agree with it. I think this film's great. But, it's like, okay, they didn't care for it, and you just keep going on with your day. But I think that they have a need to tell somebody how they feel. And that's okay. This is what they've chosen to do. YouTube isn't forced on anybody. You got onto that medium and you expressed yourself. And, it's just something that they have, that's what I think is so great about it, is that, as the viewer, you can decide if you're going to go ahead and listen to it. And there's a ton of reviews, like you have said, Robert, and I'm sure you agree with this too, Lael, that you've watched and you're like, your reaction is that you're not in agreement with them, or you kind of wish it had gone in a different direction, but you might still listen to it. And I think that that's very interesting, because I think that there maybe later on down the line there is a purpose for listening to these reviews that have a difference in opinion. And I don't agree that with people who are saying that the film is bad. I don't agree with that, but I do want to hear what they have to say. Now that's kind of weird, right? Like,
no,
it's terrible, but I listen to it, so I don't know.
Well, I think I love anyone's learned opinion, even if I disagree with it. If somebody has, like with Andre and I had I thought a very cogent, meaningful debate about the movie. We disagreed. I think that now, especially if you've grown up being a fan of franchises, there is a cynicism that is earned because these corporately held companies are exploiting these franchises, and they think that the name alone will carry it. I feel that way about Star Trek. Well, we're just going to make Star Trek, and whatever it is, it'll make money. And I feel the essence of Star Trek, the Star Trek that I love, that meant something to me, has been stripped away, and it's not working. And I'm also seeing fandom, Star Trek fandom in general. It's meme fandom. They like it in a very cursory way, and this is not me being a gatekeeper. It's me like it's fandom is morphing. It's changing. It's always changing, but it's turning into something that it wasn't before. And there's a superficiality to a lot of fandom that didn't used to exist. And it's because we live in a world where superficiality, I call it meme culture just in my own mind, because you can Instagram photographs and you can wink, wink, nudge, nudge, and ship people and all this. And I'm like, I used to love storytelling because it was the stories themselves that had meaning. The characters were great, and I love Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, but, to me, it was the content of the storytelling. And I feel now it's all about, if someone changes their clothes, someone will make a fashion meme about them. And that's where fandom is. It's just a different thing. Fandom's always evolving.
Yeah. But could we even go so far as to say that, the manner upon which it's said makes a bit of a difference to, for example, like I said, some critics, they say some may be harsher than others, but for the most part, they can be very neutral and say, well, this film doesn't have this and it's deficient in that or whatever. But it doesn't sound as if they're going beyond or going too far with their criticism.
Right.
And so, I think that when you have a video medium now, you're seeing the individual, who this person is. And if they get on there and they say, they go even further with, well, this film could have been better versus this film is garbage.
Yeah. Well, that's
two very different things, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, and that's my problem. And being a filmmaker myself, it's really hard to make movies. And unfortunately, a lot of the films that are made now, the corporate interests are the shareholders. It wasn't like that 20 and 30 years ago. The film business has changed. And as bigger and bigger multinational corporations have bought these films and bought these IPs, it's the brand that they own that they're selling. They don't understand. Like, if you were to ask Disney corporate, how do you make a great Star Wars movie? Well, they couldn't tell you that because they're corporate. They're not storytellers. They're just like, well, just make a good one. But they wouldn't know what that is. And a lot of our franchises are old franchises. Trek, Doctor Who, Star Wars have been bought by these companies. The thing about Marvel is that the MCU has only existed since 2008. Of all these franchises, it's even newer than Harry Potter. And yet it's something that was based, Marvel Comics have been around for a long time, since the early 60s, and different iterations of Marvel and their characters even decades before that. And what I love about the MCU is it's even though it's comic book based, it's the only franchise that's going that is of now. It's the newest of our beloved franchises. And because there's so much, and the fact that it's making so much money, they can make 3 or 4 of them a year. And now they're doing series. So we're getting a franchise the way we've never got it before.
Yeah, we're very lucky, and
That's what I think.
If we're going even further with this, let's say, the difference between reading an article that says that a film is no good versus having somebody on a screen and looking at you as you're watching it saying, this is trash, this film is garbage. Like the use of video and film as a tool to communicate, as a tool to get your message across, has a greater impact. I'm not saying the written word isn't valuable, but it has a greater impact as far as I'm concerned in regards to getting a point across. And I think that's why so many people choose to use film in order to, as a creative process. Yeah. And so, when you use it and you're doing that, I think that it does have a greater impact in the sense of writing an article about it. And it doesn't mean articles are bad. I still write articles, and I understand the process and why it's needed. But, that there is something to be said for seeing a person and having them sort of look you in the eye, which many of these videos do, and say those things when you're kind of thinking to yourself, this was a good film for me. Why wasn't it a good film for them? And I think that you automatically are going to question and ask yourself, or try to understand why they feel this way. But for me, I just try to accept that they feel this way. And, what if you came across this person on the street, or it was a family member that disagreed with you and liked a specific film, and you just didn't care for this film, but they loved this film. And you love them, and you're like, well, they love this film. I'm going to sit through this film for the second time.
But you would have a conversation, and you would be open to that.
Yes.
I mean, personally, I had an experience in the past where people I work with didn't like one tweet I made, and it became a big issue. Yeah. And I had people literally people I actually liked. One in particular that I work with that I admired. She actually called me a trash person.
Oh God!
And what was funny about that is to be on the receiving end of that kind of a comment. I was like, you don't even know me, and you, that was said publicly in a public forum.
Yeah. That was the next thing that I was going to say. As long as they're not saying that you're a bad person because you like or dislike something.
No, they were actually calling me. But what was interesting about that is the tweet that I had made was actually taken out of context and retweeted and recontextualized based on someone else's narrative, and someone else's narrative about me or whatever. They wanted to reframe me as something that I'm not, and it was. What was interesting was they didn't even though we worked together for a long time, they didn't even call me up and go, "Hey man, I don't like this tweet you made. Why did you make it? Like, what was it? Let me understand you." No, you and this happened a couple of times to me.
Wow.
And with people that I'd work with, and I'm like, it was really bizarre, and what it made me realize was like, you guys aren't even really interested in talking about what's actually happening. And I do feel that a movie like The Eternals, which is directed by an Academy Award winning director, I do feel that a lot of I read somebody today on Twitter that I admired tonight before I went on the show that was talking about how Eternals is just a bad movie. And I'm like, I've seen thousands of movies in my life. I know what bad movies are. Eternals is not a bad movie. And for somebody to say it is, I'm like, what were you expecting from it? And on my position is that this film is chock-a-block full of really intriguing ideas. And if nothing else, it presents you with more ideas than most of the movies you're going to see. Now, it might not be Captain America Civil War where all the superheroes are fighting at the airport. But there's a lot of really interesting stuff in this film that is worthy of celebration.
And it has a lot to offer. That's the truth.
I think so. again, when I watched it, and that's why I said early in the beginning, when I watched the film, I wanted to see it from so many different vantage points, and that's just the way I observed it. Like last night when I watched it, I looked at it from a comic fan perception, like a comic book enthusiast perception.
Sure.
Me basically reading the comics, looking at the film, seeing it realized on film, and just marveling at the simple fact that they were able to pull it off the way they did. But then I also wanted to I looked at it from a fan perspective. Do they really know who these characters are, and is the film doing a great job with introducing these characters and giving them a voice that the audience who aren't comic book enthusiasts can really understand and interpret and say, okay, yeah,
Right.
this really really belongs. Then I wanted to look at it from a critic standpoint. Me or anyone who does this, who is a critic, and has this as a profession, what are you judging this from? Are you judging it from just where it fits in the Marvel Cinematic Universe?
Mm.
Are you judging it from your expectations of a film and how you basically think a film should be done? Or are you just not a fan of the MCU, and are you just there to just criticize everything that's been done? So I wanted to look at it from so many different perspectives,
Yeah.
and give a level of respect because I have a high level of respect for critiques and for critics and people who have a formulated opinion. I have a high level of respect for it, because if you genuinely didn't like the film, yeah, I do want to know why. But if you're just someone who says, no, I just didn't like the film, I just didn't like it, then that's cool. And I'm not going to basically just gauge to say, okay, I need you to explain to me. Maybe it just didn't sit well with you. But I know for me, I loved it for the attempt. And from a comic enthusiast, I'm looking at it. Now, am I going to say that you're wrong for not feeling the way you do about this film? No, because you may not like it for a totally different reason that
Sure.
you choose not to really explain. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. And I have to really, really, really respect that. Was the film, in my view, perfect? Hell no. What film is? You're gonna find
Well, there are a
flaws
few.
in some of the greatest films. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna find some flaws, but here's the thing. I know I'm not gonna allow someone else's view to taint my perception of this film.
No,
You know
and
what I mean?
nor, by
And
the way, nor should anyone.
nor should anyone. No one should. But at least from our perspective, it's like when we think about it, it's just like, okay, I'm just really, really interested in knowing why you didn't like it. Like,
Yep.
I really, really want to know why you didn't like it so I can really understand. I'm not saying that, look, everybody needs to have, or you need to go back and no, you don't have to go back and look at source material, but it would help. It would probably help you to understand certain things.
Yeah.
So even if you say you didn't like it, you can at least say, well, okay, this is the way this character was portrayed here. I didn't really get that here, and I still don't like it. Okay, cool. At least I know you went back and whatever. But I'm not telling you have to. I'm just saying it would probably make it a tad bit of a better experience if you did. So last night, I really, really wanted to sit back and observe and just watch from so many different vantage points and look at the film to say, okay, maybe I understand why some may feel the way they do. But at the same time, you can't ask for something different and get something that is different.
Yep.
You know what I mean? But still say no, just because you didn't really follow this particular formula, but you've been asking for something that was different. I'm not going to say that. Look, someone said, and I did say, someone in here said that they feel as though that Chloe wasn't perfectly or a perfect fit. And that's your opinion, and that's fine. I respect that. I think she was. I think she was for the scope of this film and as a storyteller and the way she did it. I think she did a great job with telling the story from the perspective of the Eternals. But that's just, again, it's my opinion on what I feel, as I think that she was a really, really good show. I am a fan of her work, and I hope again, that she continues to get more influence with this genre. I know what IP she talked about, and I'm hoping she gets to really play around in that playground as well. But again, it's just all look, opinions and all it's all subjective, and that's fine. But at the same time, just don't attack anyone else for their opinions. Don't attack a person for having that. You
and
know what
also, and you both of you probably already mentioned this, but I did want to kind of bring it up again. Was the idea of how people perceived the film before they even saw it, or have never even seen it and are making comments. And as I mentioned to you before, when I saw that first trailer, I wasn't that enthused about it. Yeah. And, I was honest about how I felt about it. And, I said, well, shouldn't this be more elaborate, or couldn't this have, a change here? And I think that was interesting, but I went to see that film. I went to see it. It didn't stop me from seeing the film, and it didn't stop me from liking the film. Yeah. So, anything can happen when you go in, even if a trailer appears to be a certain way. And just like a similar example to me for that would be with The Heights, where, there didn't seem to be much of a campaign for it. And, it was kind of, I was wondering why we didn't see more. And when I saw The Heights, they had the best music I've ever heard in a musical in my entire life. And I've seen quite a few musicals in my lifetime. So I was incredibly impressed with it, but you can't tell how incredible it is from their ad campaign. You can't.
Yeah. I get it.
And Robert, you mentioned something about, I can't remember what the term was yesterday, or maybe it was today, or was it yesterday? In your observations, you were talking about impressions. How many impressions, like if you have internet or you're advertising, how many impressions, how many views you could possibly have from a campaign. And the Eternals had a huge number of impressions. Mm-hmm. It was huge. But what they showed, I felt didn't do justice for that film. But this was, in my opinion.
Look, I agree. And by the way, just there's some, everybody's been really insightful with their super chats.
Yeah.
Some old guy in Hawaii says deviants cleared the way for intelligent humans by killing other apex life forms, but then they mutated and started killing humans. Absolutely, I totally agree with that. I think that is exactly what they did. But I think that's what they were supposed to do, in a way. Our man Anthony Gonzalez, how are you, sir? Hey, Midnighters, I loved Eternals. I think it would have been great to see a couple of Eternals witnessing Wenwu's Saka City 1,000 years ago. You know what? Yes, that's Wenwu would be Tony Leung's character from Shang-Chi. I would like that. That would have been great. But the Celestials discuss struggle with not getting involved. Also, give the Black Knight a dire wolf just because. I don't know if you can do that. You're crossing the streams. But no, I agree. I mean, I would have liked to have seen the history of, I think they missed an opportunity in that Eternals dealt with our history, like Mesopotamia and Goa or whatever. I say Goa Trance. No, that version of India that they showed us, whatever that.
Yeah.
What is it? The Gur, the guy, what that era was. I think it would have been fun it would have been way cool to see an Eternal with Tony Leung. That would have been dope as fuck. I would have loved that. But
Yeah, hell yeah.
The lovely, delightful, sexy Connie Sang, who is very smart and fun, she says, I just want to hold Druig's hand.
Me too.
I want to join his cult in the Amazonian forest.
There are no fights.
Well, he's controlling your mind.
Yes, it's okay.
We didn't see. He might have been a David Koresh guy. He might have brought in all the women there one at a time. He might have been some weird sex guru. We didn't see that.
So through history, perhaps he was sort of like famous serial killers or something like that.
You never know. You don't know.
Cult leaders.
Karoon, Kay's human producer friend who tags along. Yes, thank you for pointing that out. I was thinking, the original Deviant. But no, you're right. I love that guy who was a director, before he, what he reminded me of, and this is a little weird. In Sunset Boulevard, Eric von Stroheim's character, who looks after Norma Desmond. He used to be a great Hollywood director, but he was so in love with this woman he became her manservant and gave up his life. That's kind of how I saw the character Camille.
Well, he's followed him for 50 years or so.
Yeah.
Or 100. I don't know how many
Yeah,
years.
I mean, he's like he's just like Eric von Stroheim from Sunset Boulevard, which.
He was fun and he seemed realistic. He had the camera all the time, and that's our world today, right? Where he's like, I'm on the plane going to such and such to save the world, and you're just like, this guy is such a ham because literally that's what he's doing.
And where's it going to play that movie? Do you think the other Eternals are going to allow it? But it's all right.
Well, they didn't because he kept knocking the camera. Sprite kept knocking the camera down, but it's just like what you said, Lael. Like at that point where he says, "Did you get that?" And it's like he's like, "Yeah, I got it." He's funny.
He was Johnny on the spot with the footage. Yeah. All good.
Yeah, they were very good.
Joseph Michaels says, "Could Eternals possibly benefit from a director's cut?"
Yes. Every film can benefit from a new edit, a new director's cut. Yes. In my opinion,
I don't know if they'll do it. I mean, of all the Marvel Cinematic Universe movies, this is the one I wanted it to be an hour longer.
Yeah. Yes, I would love it too.
I want this to be the Return of the King, the extended cut. It's like over 4 hours. Give me that. I would watch that. I would absolutely watch that.
Yeah, definitely.
Bert says, "What are your thoughts on the choice of song accompanying the Eternals Marvel intro? Definitely one of the trippiest experiences watching an MCU film. Wasn't that Pink Floyd?" Hearing the build up for Time was transcendental. So yes, it was Time by Pink Floyd. To be honest, I was blown away that they used. I mean, that's off Dark Side of the Moon. Time I thought it was a great choice. I really loved it. I was shocked that they used it. I thought it was amazing. And hearing Pink Floyd over the opening credits, sublime. I loved it. What do you guys think?
For some reason, I keep thinking of the song "Money" by Pink Floyd, but
off the same album.
Yes. Anything is it? It's not Animals.
No, Time is off of Dark Side of the Moon.
Dark Side of the Moon. Anything by Pink Floyd is a great choice, and is fantastic. That's a great opener. A winner.
So good.
A+10 for me.
Yeah, definitely.
RRTNZ says, "I tried to see it tonight here in Wellington, New Zealand. Man, I love Wellington. But sold out. Going tomorrow. Thanks for your insights, Bob. Thanks for calling me Bob. Helping me keep an open mind despite critics." Well, first of all, I've lived in Wellington for on and off. I lived there for a couple of years. You know what? If I could move, there are places in the world that if someone said to me, "Rob, if you had to move to Wellington, New Zealand, could you move there and stay there the rest of your life?" I would say, yes, I could. I loved Wellington, New Zealand. Loved it. It's fantastic. There's also a great restaurant there. It's very expensive, but it's called Logan Brown. Really good. So yes, go see it tomorrow. Joseph Michaels says, "Any thoughts on the B cinema score, which is obviously not quite as good as a Rotten Tomato audience score? What do you think? B cinema score. Does it deserve it? Does it deserve better?"
You mean, does Eternals deserve better?
Yeah.
Yes. Eternals does deserve better.
I think so too.
Yes.
I think I think it definitely does. Again, it's looking at the film. There are even certain things that I've heard that I hope aren't true, as to reason why some people are attacking this film.
Can you give us an example of that?
Well, one of the biggest things. Okay, so there were two things.
I know what you're going
A
to say. I
lot of
just
it-
wanted you to say because I want to get into this.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
You know, the character. Okay, I'll start with this one first. I'll start with the simple fact that a lot of people were attacking the film, or they said some people were attacking the film because of, Chloe Zhao, her comments. Her comments on China, her parents, and stuff like that. So that was one of the things that were said. But another was, again, for one particular character and his sexuality, which was Fastos, and his journey. A lot of people were like, it's a narrative that now we're seeing with the MCU, we're seeing with some certain properties, and how it was shoehorned in just because of.
But wait. But I
Yeah.
thought it was in this particular instance. I thought it was beautifully portrayed.
It was perfect. I thought it was done
wasn't
well.
it? I mean, as a matter of fact, not only was it really well portrayed, I liked his husband. I'm like, I want to see more of that dude.
I had to go to his IMDb, and he was in Jack Ryan, the series Jack Ryan, and he was an actor in that, and I recognized him right away. He's a good-looking guy, but I thought he was fine. It was, he was in there, and they did want you to see that he had this loving relationship with this man. I mean, that was obvious.
Now,
and the thing is the reason why I liked it and I thought it was done well was for the simple fact that you have a person who's lived for millions of years, who's seen it all, who's lived through time, who's lost a lot, who's seen loss, and to get a chance to love the way you want to love, you know what I mean? Like, I thought it was. I don't think that it was something that was just shoot on him and to basically satisfy a narrative or whatever. I thought it was done beautifully, and I thought it was done well, and I just loved that. And I think that was one of the most magnificent performances that I've seen. From this, you know what I mean. I loved it, but there were a lot of people attacking it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, wow, like, really, like.
Well, also that character is not human. I mean, the character is an individual that found another individual that they loved, and
you're very lucky to find someone like that.
Absolutely. I mean, I think what I find very strange about the world we live in. Like, growing up in Seattle, I was involved in the arts community from a young age, film community, and there was a lot of LGBTQ people in that community. So I had a lot of, from a young age, like 13, I had a lot of LGBTQ friends. And my parents knew that, and no one cared. We were all people that loved film. It was all based around the Seattle International Film Festival. No one cared. I'll tell you this. On the Who's That Girl tour, I had 3 gay friends like, we got a ticket for you, Rob. Come with us. Great. Fantastic. We're all going. And it was like, again, no one cared. Like, you know what happened when we got together? We'd go to a movie, and you know what happened afterwards? We'd talk about the movie. We'd go get pie at the last exit. Rest in peace. I wish it was there. No one cared. We love movies. And that was the whole thing. It's like, I think, here's what I find strange about our modern age. All of these things have been around for thousands of years. It's not like it just happened. I mean, same-sex couplings have been around for thousands of years. It's nothing new. It is a reality. There's a certain percentage of our population who is naturally occurring, by the way. This is not something that This is not some deviant behavior. It's from Mother Nature. And at the end of the day, don't you want people to find the love that they want in their lives? Don't you want to find the love that you want in your life? Like, look, man, if you don't like brunettes and you want redheads or blondes, that's your thing. That's your thing. Shouldn't you have what you want?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I thought this relationship was really well done in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And it was, of course, when you're showing two men that are parenting a child or whatever, but it's not like there was anything deviant about it, because those were monsters that were eating people. But I thought it was beautiful. It was so well done. It was so wholesome and caring and loving, and they were great parents. I'm like, I wish I had two dads.
Yeah.
Another issue that someone brought up today in a discussion was that Icarus, or at least the guy who plays Icarus, is a white cis male, and that he, as
Is
the
he
bad
though?
guy.
Is he?
Well, this is what was said in the discussion.
Do we
This is
really
not
know?
what
Richard
I heard.
Madden, delve into his character.
And that he
Said he's
is
a what?
the villain, a white cis male, and that he is the villain, and to portray the villain as a white cis male is like an agenda driven
Okay.
purpose. It's purposefully agenda. This is what
But
someone said in a discussion.
Lale, you got to take this one. Go.
He wasn't what? Because the thing is, he wasn't. The thing is, to say that he was vilified is from a certain point of view. Because the thing is, like we've been talking about, he had a purpose, and his purpose was basically to fulfill that in which the gods or the celestials bestowed upon him.
Yep.
And that was,
and
his
he's
purpose.
doing his job.
And he was doing what he was supposed to do. Now,
Yep.
the only thing that you can actually see where people might say he was, became the villain is, of course, when he killed Ajax. But to him, he thought that Ajax, based on the lies that he thought that were being fed, was the villain, and that she was sacrificing the greater good. You know what I mean? So, it's no one is saying that. No, I see. The thing is, when you spin a narrative like that, literally, that's one of the craziest things that I've ever heard. Like, literally one of the craziest things that I ever heard. That is hilarious, because the thing is, when you spin a narrative like that and you have nothing to support that, honestly, it makes zero sense. And then you're trying to spin hate. When you do that, you are really perpetuating a certain level of hate that is not needed. Literally, you are.
Plus, he's not a white cis male.
No.
He's a construct.
This is what
he's a
the comments
construct.
that were said in
Yeah.
this person's
And by the way,
it wasn't
look,
my argument; it was someone else's, of course.
but I understand what people are coming from. But he is a creation of the Celestials. He is not of.
Yes.
He's not a man. He's been whatever form he has to take over millions of years to whatever planet he has to go to. Mm-hmm. And the fact that he happens to be and this is my problem. I don't think that his portrayal is supposed to be villainous because he's a white cis male. I'm a straight guy, but hell, I'd fuck Richard Madden. He's a handsome dude, especially in that Eternals outfit. My God. My God. I mean, I he's my first choice for the new James Bond. He's Scottish. And I look at that and I'm thinking, okay, I understand that this agenda-driven, in this case, I do believe that there's crazy agenda-driven, like I always say, never put your agenda or your politics before your characters and your story. I think in this particular case, never do that. I don't think that's what's going on here. And because I think Icarus, he's the leader. I don't care whether he's black, white, straight, gay, pink, polka dotted like Polka Dot Man. It wouldn't matter. Whoever was in that leadership position is going to have to be in that role. And, I mean, my God, talk about a multi-ethnic bunch of people. The Eternals, they've got it all because they were designed to interact with the indigenous population of Earth. That's why they're the way they are. They're all different colors because
All different races.
they're going to be the human beings that were on Earth were already there. Evolution had already happened. So they were created specifically to interact with the indigenous population. That's why they're a rainbow coalition of people.
Yeah.
And that's
And now so that was another thing that I had heard. And so far perhaps I'm the only one who felt that Icarus should not have, kind of like gone against Cersei. This is just how I feel personally. For me, it was like a boyfriend and a girlfriend situation. So
Dude.
I was like, you can't do that. You love her. So this is just how I personally feel, but I don't know how everyone else feels about it.
Oh, I love her too. I don't know why he would go against her. Come on now.
Okay, well,
she's exquisite.
I wasn't sure how people interpreted that because perhaps people looked at it and said, oh, okay, they have a disagreement and it's okay. It's just that they love each other. And, when you love somebody to fight against them is, a very traumatic experience. And I just didn't like that part.
And if I was Icarus, I'd be like, Cersei, you and I could be doing something better than this. Why are we fighting? Come on, man.
Well, there are alternatives of what could be done. It's not really, it's not that I think it made the film bad in any way. It hurt me.
I agree. I mean, first of all, why would you leave her? I know you've been here for 5,000 years, but why you got to bail, babe? Why you got to leave?
We weren't given the reason for it, and that also was hurtful.
Yeah, that was. It's funny. Until this stream, I didn't realize what a deficiency Icarus leaving. The fact that they didn't define it, you two have convinced me. That's a big problem in the film.
It's like somebody walking out on you, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what that is?
Why
give a definitive answer? Now, the only thing is, and like I said, I'm trying to come up with my own reasoning, is that he, the only thing that I can actually see was that he saw, Cersei's love for humanity, and that it went against his prime directive, and the simple fact that he had to stray away from it because, number one, someone that he literally has a genuine love for, he loves her, but she, even though she loves him, she also has a love for humanity, and that creates a conflict between the both of them because she wants the survival of or the evolution of humanity, and he's all in line for the extinction, extinct for the greater good. He's in line for that. That's the process of elimination. So they would bump heads. So to kind of separate himself from that, so that it doesn't cause a problem, and he knows that he would have to kill her, he left. Let me just leave and get away from it. But it's the love that draws him back. It's that love that brings him back to find her, to make sure she's okay. It wasn't that he was protecting humanity. He's protecting her.
It's true. I agree with that.
The Eternals. So that's the only thing that I can actually see was but that should have been explored if that was the case. Yeah. And I'm not saying that that's what it was, but I can only draw that conclusion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it's a very good conclusion, and it makes sense from the facts that we were given and the context that it was in.
So was that Joseph Michaels? He said, "Any thoughts on the B cinema score?" Did we do that? Was that what we're doing? So I'll ask again. Joseph Michaels said, "Any thoughts on the B cinema score?" Which is obviously not quite. We did that.
Yes, we did, and I did just want to mention that there's a banner. It's a member banner for Twin Flicks. Do you see it, Robert? The member banner?
On this that I'm looking at, no. What is it?
Twin Flicks is a member for 6 months. Imagination Connoisseur. It's a special banner. Acknowledging that they're a member for 6 months.
Well, thank you for that. The members on this channel are amazing. And moderating Twin Flicks. I mean, thank you for that. And it's funny because I'm looking at a different software that shows it doesn't show the member banners. But for those of you who are members of the channel, we do have bi-weekly Zoom calls that are a lot of fun. We have 20, 30, 40 people in there, and we will sit on there for hours and talk, and you can ask me anything and talk to other people. It's great. Tom Jr. Jackson, We are all goof people. Tom says, A+ show, guys. Going to see this film later today. A letter will come with my opinion. Great seeing the gang on the show tonight.
Thank you,
Tom, you're always a prince among lesser mortals. So thank you for that, sir. But by the way, we spoiled the shit out of this movie for you.
Yeah, we did, didn't
I
we?
mean-
We did. Sorry, we did.
I mean, I feel
But
bad.
we said it was a spoiler thing, didn't we?
It is. So listen, we've gone 3.5 hours.
Yes, we
And I think to let you guys all go, I think in conclusion, this film has been very divisive. It's been very talked about. It's making good money. You know, I find it interesting because I like a film. This movie is chock-a-block full of ideas, and it makes you think. I thought so, and I found the relationships and like you were at, the whole thing about Icarus leaving and Cersei and oh my God, can we talk about Cersei? But
she looked so beautiful in this film.
my God.
She just was enchanting. So, it was great to see her in this film, and
incredible.
and I think that there were, for the most part, the cast was very, very good.
I agree. Now, let me ask you both. I mean, Lael, obviously we're in the middle of phase 4, and this film, to me, I thought this film was wildly ambitious. Did it work?
Yeah.
Not entirely, but I think a lot of it did, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. How do you look back on the film? What would you tell people, and did you like the movie ultimately?
So ultimately, I like the movie. What I will tell people is that just have an open mind, but at the same time, even if you go into it and if it doesn't sit well with you, that's completely fine. You know what I mean? Like, and I can understand in an aspect why it may not. Just go into it with an open mind. Don't go into it expecting the same MCU formula. Go into it looking at something totally different. You might find hints of certain things, but just mainly enjoy it from the character perspective, knowing that the way this film was interpreted was through the eyes, again, like Rob has always said, through the eyes of the engineers, through the eyes of the Celestials, through the eyes of the Eternals. You're not going to find a lot of human interacting other than just with Dane Whitman's character, and maybe a few students. But Dane Whitman was our human interaction with the Eternals. He was that person who had the most interaction with them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that, if you're looking for that, then you'll find it with him. But again, I think basically with this particular movie, I would say it's a good start to what we can expect about on the universal level of what's to come. It was a great start to see and the thing is, listen, seeing a celestial in true form in space, looking upon that one scene was fucking phenomenal.
Dude, dude, come on. I'm so with you there.
Fucking phenomenal. And just know that going forward where the possibilities are. And it is a high possibility that we're going to see listen, Galactus, we're going to see, you know what? Even eternity. We might even see eternity. You never know where this could actually go. Like, there is so many possibilities. I'm happy to see where it's going. We will see the Watchers again, I know, in some form down the road.
We have to. I mean, and not played for laughs.
Not play for
Play
laughs.
for real.
We will actually see them again for real.
And Jeffrey Wright has got to be the voice of.
He has to be Watson.
And I think they got I'd love to see him motion captured. I love Jeffrey Wright. I mean, I love him.
Yes, he's phenomenal. And that's what I'm saying. Like, just keep in mind that now we are moving into the universal level of where the MCU is actually going. I'm happy to see it. And I think this film is a good platform to what's to come. It was a good attempt. You just have to help them. Just go into it for the dialogue, and because it makes you think. It's something that will make you think on just us, as far as humanity is concerned, our influences. And just imagine, like, you as a human being, if you were to basically leave here, travel to another universe, another planet, whereas there was intelligent life, and how you would influence that because of your beliefs and how it would change certain things. That's what you have to look at it from a standpoint where it's just more like a psychological thing, whereas you are viewing this film from just a creative aspect of it. And I'm just happy to see where that's going. And Makari for life. That's where I sit. Makari, she was my MVP, and I love that character in this film. That was my favorite character in this film, Makari. And I'll just leave it at that.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Joseph Michaels says, any predictions on the second weekend box office drop-off?
I don't have any.
I mean, I don't know. We don't know how much it's going to make now. Look, here's what I believe. I believe this film is, I think audiences are digging it. I've seen people that are more knocked out by it because they're surprised that there's so much to think about when they see it. And I think people are going to go back, and I think women especially have been affected by this more than they thought they would be. Female audiences are really taking this home, not just because of Richard Madden, but because it's a film that appeals to, it's not just, guys beating up other dudes. This is a real film about family, and it's a real film about faith and love and heart and responsibility and the conundrums of life. And I think it's speaking to audiences in a way that our YouTube pundit space does not anticipate. I think this movie's going to do better than people think it's going to do.
Yeah.
But I can't speak to the second weekend drop up because I don't know what the first weekend is.
Well, earlier in tonight's show, I should think of what are we doing? We're having a show. Earlier in tonight's show,
I've got a barn, and you've got let's put on a show.
Yeah. We were talking, or I was talking about the costumes and the costume designer that you
Yes, if you would like to watch the Designing Hollywood podcast episode that dropped yesterday, I conducted a great interview with Sammy Differ, who did, by the way, she was delightful. And I will say this, I don't do the Designing Hollywood podcast just so I can have a blurb on my show. I think it's really good.
I think it's great.
And I think Sammy Differ was really interesting, and I'm proud of the work I did. And as a matter of fact, Marilyn Vance and Martika did send me a very nice email today singing my praises and saying, we really thank you for coming on board and doing these things. And I have to say, I'm like, oh my God, Marilyn Vance, the woman who designed the Eurotrash costumes for Hans Gruber and his terrorists in Die Hard, has me doing her podcast. I'd pay you, babe. Come on. It's awesome. But because, it's a really good podcast. She does a great job, and I feel very honored to be a part of it. And you should watch it because Sammy Differ is amazing, and she is working on Quantum Mania now. So shameless plug.
To add to, and I praised the costumes, as I said, the irony of the trailer not living up to my expectations when it came to the costumes. And I was very specific. I had said this before about it, how I felt the costumes could have been different and how I felt that there were certain elements to the costume that were missing that weren't apparent until you actually see the movie. But in addition to that, I did mention how, this person who did the costume design had to do so many different eras of costume. But I also want to mention the production designers as well.
Oh yeah.
In pulling this off. And as I said, the sites that you went to, which were all exciting archaeological kind of sites. We kind of have an archaeological sense or feeling to this film where we start off at the British. Is it the British Museum? We start off at the British Museum and we see the Rosetta. Do we see the Rosetta Stone?
I think we do.
Okay, so the significance of these artifacts, and then that scene where Cersei, we see her hand somebody an artifact, and she's able to transform the artifact. So it's something that has had a hand, specifically like a direct hand from the Eternals. It was a regular knife, and now it's been transformed into this like pure gold or whatever beautiful transformation that Cersei has done to this artifact, and it's on the side of the British Museum display, saying, "Hey, come and see these fantastic artifacts from times long ago." And I really liked that they had added that in the film, but just overall, the production design of this film was incredibly challenging. It's like, okay, you're going to have to do 6 different eras, and you get, excuse me, and you've got to put all that together. And I thought it was executed flawlessly.
Can you imagine, like, half the girls watching this when Kit Harington's like, "I want you to move in with me"? The half the female audience is like, "Move in with him, move in with him." Cersei's like, "Oh, I can't do that." And Kit Harington's like, "Do you know who I am? I'm Jon fucking Snow. Why don't you want to move in with me?" I would be, I wanted to move in with Cersei. My love for Jenna Chan is boundless.
Yeah. She is. She's a beautiful woman.
Oh my God. And so smart and so funny. And so, she's an amazing woman. Some old guy in Hollywood, by the way, says, "You guys have kept me up way past my bedtime. Now, finally, I can get some sleep. But a great show, as always." Well, some old guy, you didn't ask a question, but I'll take it. Thanks for the support, and thank you for joining us. And I hope we sent you off into slumberland in a good way.
Now, also, one other final thing I was going to say, and I did mention the scene earlier, and maybe both of you mentioned the scene earlier, actually, where the conquistadors come in, and that scene was one. I know that it's a devastating event, like a world-changing, culturally significant event,
and it was a big changing event for the Eternals themselves too.
Yes, and to see it though, because of course this is you can watch a History Channel, and they'll have drawings and pictures and dramatizations about it, but this one seemed incredibly real because we were there. We were actually there with the Eternals. And so that was a very interesting approach. And I'm sure there were long discussions about how are we going to portray the scene where, the conquistadors come in and they're slaughtering everyone, like how does that get portrayed? And
the Spanish are slaughtering indigenous people.
How
in a Marvel movie
do this in a way that it's realistic, the way that we interpret that it actually happened. There was extreme level of consideration for something like this, but so historically significant that I have to applaud whoever did that. I don't know who did that part, but whoever organized that part, God bless them, for creating a realistic looking scenario, which I admit, I'm not an expert, so I don't know if that was exactly how everything went down, but it certainly got the point across as to the events happening, because everybody looking at that saw that helmet right away, Robert and Lael.
Yeah, you know what it is, but I have to say also, one of the things I loved about this movie was that pivotal moment where the Eternals are watching human beings slaughter other human beings. The Spanish were killing a native culture, destroying a great culture. And the Eternals had this debate, like, we can't, like, Druid's like, I can stop this shit right now.
Yes.
Like, I'm going to stop, I'm going to put an end to this shit right now. No more killing, no more of this bullshit. And everyone else is like, nope, you can't do that. And for me, one of the things I loved about this movie was these creatures, the Eternals, are like, they loved humanity. They watched human culture develop, and they are watching the wanton slaughter of human beings. And you know what the Eternals were at that moment? They were us. They were all of us. And one of the things that has not been brought up is that we the audience, we are the Eternals. And I have always believed that what makes a great movie or a great story is that we, the audience, whether you're reading it, whether you're watching it, we are the protagonists. And we are always asking ourselves, if the movie's great, what would we do? And I think about some of the great Jaws. All of us are Sheriff Brody. Would we go out in that fucking boat with Captain Quint and Matt Hooper? Would we go out there? We got our wife and our children back home, but we have to. We have to slay that monster to make them safe. Great movies always put the viewers into the eyes of the protagonists of those stories. And that moment when the Eternals broke apart, that was all of us. That was speaking, whoever you side with, whoever you love, you as a viewer are one of those Eternals. And when Druig says, I could do this, and they're like, no, you can't do this. You, me, both of you, we were all one of those Eternals, wondering what would we do.
And can you, I mean,
that's why it's a good movie.
I also wanted to ask, did you feel the suddenness of how it happened? Like 1 minute the Eternals were talking to each other, and then the next minute it was like you kind of looked around over your shoulder or to the right or to the left, and the slaughter started to happen. Like it felt very instantaneous. There was no warning. It felt like it just suddenly crept upon you. And I imagine that's probably how it might have felt to the people who experienced it. It was very shocking. Although we knew that happened in history, it was shocking to see it the way that it kind of rolled in so quickly.
Yep.
You know,
I agree. Lael, what do you think? Wait, you're muted.
You're muted.
Oh,
Why'd it happen?
There you
That's
go.
Crazy. I looked at them as the Intergalactic Adjustment Bureau. I did.
Another good movie.
Yeah, I looked at it because the thing is, it's like no interference. We just actually have to watch. Now we can have interaction with you, but we just can't interfere with your demise. You know what I mean?
We can't stop. We can't stop the.
No.
Yeah.
Like we can help you evolve. Like we can help your evolution, but we can't help you. We can't help you defeat. That is what that in which is supposed to happen.
We can't interfere in your own decisions.
No, we can't. We can only guide you and tell you ways to do certain things, but we can't interfere no matter how powerful we are. And it's like, when you think about that, think about from humanity, like from the way we live our lives on a daily basis.
Yeah.
Like how, the government itself has the power to stop certain things. They just choose not to. If you think about it,
Yeah.
they have the power to stop certain authoritative figures have the power to stop certain things. But when greed is involved, it's like, no, that's the natural order, because that is what satisfies our agenda.
Or,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, or the powers that be, I mean, we also have to take a certain responsibility for our own lives.
Exactly.
And if Big Brother, the government, came in and we lived in a totalitarian state, on one hand that might be great, but on the other hand, there's no art. There's no.
And how do we
struggle.
evolve from it? How do we learn to live for ourselves and fend for ourselves?
Yeah.
How do we learn to basically evolve? And I think these are the conversations that this film basically evokes. Like,
I agree.
we, and honestly, like, it sort of made me think about it this way. It was like, wow, do we really belong? Like, do we? And I say that with like the most. I was like, where do we actually fit in the natural order of things? And on top of that, I will continue to say that we aren't the most intelligent things in the universe. There's something out there. There are things out there, and I firmly believe that. But this film,
we're a young species.
That belief, exactly. So it's like, like everything has its place. The oxygen that we breathe, the gravity that's actually everything has its place.
Yeah.
We're just here. We're just here right now. So again, like this film really makes you think. It's a thinking man's film, an actual thinking man's
A
film.
thinking woman's and a thinking person's film too, Leo.
Exactly.
Come on now.
Man or woman. Exactly. Like it's like it allows you to basically think like, wow, like, okay. Even when you, because when I was going into this film, I was like, are we going to see evolution from a standpoint where the creation starts, where where it always says like,
Yeah.
on this day this was created,
But they can't they can't do that.
No, they can't.
I would love it if they did, but they went pretty far. That text that came out at the beginning of the film, I was like, okay, they are doing again. I always say cosmology, but that's what I love. I mean, I love the extending of the
exactly.
universe.
So it's one of those things where it's like, where would they go? And here's the thing that I love the most. I love the simple fact that they changed Ajax and made it a woman.
I love
And
Selma
the
Hayek.
reason
Yeah.
why, and it was Selma Hayek, and the reason why is because, again, as we're talking about the emotional aspect of where it goes.
Yep.
The emotional aspect and emotionally driven. So the thing is, it's not just to say that, a woman is intelligent, but the emotional aspect that she gives that character.
Of course.
That was important. It was so important to do it that way. And the thing is, for anybody to basically say, you know what? Nah, I don't like that. I don't like. No, why not? Like, why does it? Why would you not like? The thing is, what is wrong with that happening in film? What is wrong with something like that evolve? Like, I don't understand it. And I'm like, I love the simple fact that and the thing is, for those who have never read the source material,
they don't even know.
They don't even know.
No, but
they don't even know that.
Look, I would say this: like, somebody tweeted me the other day, and they're like, "You're one of those people that doesn't like the fact that Dr. Kynes in Dune was changed into a black woman." And I wrote him back. I'm like, actually, I love that. And Sharon Brewster was amazing as Leah Kynes, and I'm like, I have, and to me, what's so funny is I have no problem if you gender swap or whatever you want to swap, if it's done well. And my whole thing about that is that Dr. Kynes is Chani's mom, and they didn't touch on that in the movie. They probably will in the second, but or not. But with Ajax being turned into a woman in the MCU, the way it was presented, she had to be a woman because her character was like the matriarch. She was like, and the fact that she was mom. Here's what I don't get: the power of femininity, the power of motherhood, is something that has, and again,
the nurturing presence.
You cannot downplay that. The life giver. I mean, I really feel like. And I don't even want to. I can't even say what I'm thinking right now because someone will misconstrue it and I'll get canceled. But the idea of the feminine, the life giver, the mother,
Mother
that
Earth,
power, that power is undeniable, and it is indelible, and it cannot be taken away. And by the way, I will say the power to give birth is unique, it is amazing, and is something I cannot do, nor will I ever be able to do it. So the power of a woman to have life grow inside of her is amazing. And there is something in that, in the film, about motherhood and family, and that kind of power is inherent to this movie. And
was,
Selma
yeah.
Hayek played it. Ajax was the mother. She didn't give birth to these characters, but I'm sure the way they programmed her, they probably programmed her. The Celestials made her think that she did.
And you know what she gave me? Like, you know what this movie also gave me a sense of? Like, it also made me feel like this film and the Watchmen were similar in a certain aspect. And the reason why I say that is because you had Ajax that was the head of the thing that was carrying the story, and each individual had an interaction with her.
Yep.
Upon her death, they were all reflecting on their interaction, like the comedian for Watchmen. He
Yep.
passed away, but everybody was reflecting on their interactions with him.
A comedian
And
died tonight.
Exactly. And then when you think about the Watchmen and you think about the Eternals, the narrative was end of the world. What do we decide? What do we decide? Do we decide to interfere or to
Yep.
let things go the way they were? You know what I mean? And
No.
exactly. And
You asked
it's
me,
like,
no, all your fornication and your pornography. You asked me to save you. I say
Yeah, right.
no.
exactly. So it's like when
The
you
Eternals
think
said
about
yes.
those-
Yeah, that's true.
They said
Some of
yes,
them,
like-
some of them said yes.
Some
some
of
of
them
them
said
said
yes.
yes, some of them said no. But
Icarus did not
it's like,
say yes.
nah. And the thing is, it's like it was so well played. It was beautifully played and displayed. Again, I would actually say, like, for anybody who, if you go into this film, just go into it with your thinking cap on and just expect dialogue, but just understand where they're going with it. And again, if you don't like it in the end, that's well respected as well. You
Yep.
know what I mean? Like that's but again, Makari. Makari. I love Makari, bro.
Do you have any final thoughts to take us out of this 4-hour show?
Gee, has it been that long? It feels like we just got on here.
I know, right? We're that good.
You know, I think that the final thing that I was going to say is that I think that the editing of the film was also very good, and that in regards to an experience in the movie theater, it's a fun experience, and there's a lot of twists and turns in this movie. But once again, like, for example, the recreation of is it Babylon? Is it Babylon? It's Babylon,
Yeah,
ancient Babylon.
the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Yeah.
I mean, that these are things that if you're into it, if you like these sort of things, to see them recreated was just a joy to see that. If you are like an archaeology nerd, someone who enjoys history and likes to see ancient civilizations. And I think that in the beginning, when they did go to the museum and they showed you the Rosetta Stone, and I sure hope this is the right film, that was telling you that there was going to be some sort of archaeological significance or basis for the film. And I liked that they had that.
Me too.
So that was also something else in the film that was very interesting. One thing we didn't really talk very much about, and correct me if I'm wrong, is Sprite, the Sprite character, who looks like, let's say she's not a human child, but she looks like a human child. And they decide to make her into a human. And I know that they couldn't do this, but I just feel like they should have just made her into an adult Eternal, but they couldn't for some reason. But as far as I'm concerned, that's what they should have just done, is to make her into an adult Eternal. But she's a human now, and now the stakes are higher because a former Eternal is now on Earth.
Yep.
And
she's a human being.
Yeah, she's one of them. And, I guess she'll stay as a human, and her progeny and, like their stake on preserving life.
Or will she?
Yeah, we shall see. I mean, the movie, it does end on a cliffhanger.
Well,
on a huge cliffhanger. Really,
the question that they had, and correct me if I'm wrong, is when they're on the they're on the ship, and they said it's been weeks we haven't heard from them.
Yeah, they're going to find them. Like, where'd they go? And then the title comes up, The Eternals Will Return. Well, as long as it makes a lot of money, they will.
Yeah. And here's the thing. I'm glad you mentioned Sprite, too, because just imagine you being... That character was really... Now, mind you, will we discover, because there's a lot of similarities with another character, and it's like, where are we going with this?
Is it
Because
Omega?
nah, her power setting.
Oh, okay. Okay.
She's really like her and Loki are it's the
Yeah.
same power construct. Where are, I mean, I don't know it. Again, okay, put it this way: in the books, I know about the character and
Mhm.
where that lineage comes from, but will that be explained in film? But I'm so glad, because again, another character that I'm glad they changed the gender and made it the way it was,
Yep.
because it was important. Because the thing is, you wouldn't have been able to see that journey any other way than the way it was portrayed on film. And just imagine you basically being a child or stuck in that particular form, but knowing that internally, here's the thing, because and how powerful this is, and not to go out on a tangent real quick. I want to simplify this in a way. Imagine you being stuck, and it speaks widely for what we're dealing with in society right now. You're stuck in a certain form, but knowing that you love a certain way that you can never pursue.
Well, yeah, and
Mhm.
that was, I mean, that was absolutely there. It was
And
so
that was
well done.
phenomenal. That was well done.
Listen, kids, I gotta let you go, because if I don't let you go, we're gonna stay here all night. Tom Jr.
Yes,
Jackson
yes.
says Eternals comes to Disney Plus on December 20th. I want to
I
know when it comes to 3D 4K.
I just have one more
Wait.
point about Sprite, and it's short. They chose to have this character become an oral storyteller, and this is not sexual in any way.
No, she was
For
great. I mean, she
generations,
she told that she was that, and she would create the images. It was great.
oral storytelling was incredibly significant to cultures.
Yes.
And, I think it was very interesting to show that she happened to be a possessor of that and could continue those oral traditions that get passed down through, either through actual history, myth, legend, whatever it is, religion.
Yep.
I really loved that they showed that was an important part for the Eternals contribution and enrichment of sort of Earth cultures. So that's all I was going to say.
No, for sure. Kids, Lael,
Yes.
Another fantastic 4-hour show, a deep dive, probably my favorite deep dive I've seen in this movie so far. I love the two of you. I love these professorial midnight medals on Friday nights. I mean, my God.
Yes.
It's so much fun, and I want to thank you both.
yeah.
I cherish you
Hell
both. I
yeah.
cherish your opinions. It's so good to have you. I think we elevate the discourse. I couldn't do it without you.
And the chat.
Love it.
Well, I was going to say that the chat is great. Everybody here, the moderators. I mean, the people that were here.
Darren, Twin Flicks.
Darren, Twin
Seeley and
Flicks, Darren Seeley. Thank you both for being here. We have the great Blue Wrench moderators of all time. I want to
yes.
thank Lael Rockwell. I want to thank I love these Friday night midnight medals. I love having deep philosophical conversations with the two of you. I want to thank everybody who supports these conversations via super chats and tips. Thank you. And if you want to send us letters, I mean, people don't really send letters to Midnight Metal, but if you want to, you can. You can go to the Burnettwork.net website, send us a letter, and put like Midnight Metal Friday night on the header, and we will read your letter aloud, and it's free of charge, and we'll opine on it, and all of those things. And of course, Lael, where can people find you on social media?
You can find me on the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel, as well as 1/6 Scale on Instagram and on Twitter. On Mondays, we do have comic book talk with friends. So if you join us on Monday night or Monday evening, we will be having a deep dive discussion about Eternals again on Monday. Next Wednesday is going to be Say What, where we talk about nothing but 1/6 Scale collectibles. And hopefully we'll get a reveal of a Eternals Hot Toys next week sometime. Or hopefully we'll be.
Well, they've already teased Thena.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. They got to give us Thena. They got to give us something. So hopefully we'll be able to actually do that.
Gemma
and
Chan.
Finally, exactly, Gemma Chan. And finally, the return next Thursday night of Uncivilized Scoundrels. I know it's been going for like a couple of weeks, but we had to basically but it's finally the return of that show. So we'll have it next week. You'll see myself and Mario. So there'll be a couple of us there. So, I mean, tune in. You'll also see me and Rob possibly, I guess, next Tuesday on Justin's show, I believe.
I think so, maybe.
I think so.
And now that the timelines are organizing, I mean, we do maybe let's get physical media, or I mean, not that, but fully. Well, we do Hot Toys next week, but yes, we're all going to be together.
Yeah. Yeah. One thing I do want to mention too. We are having a giveaway. Basically, the giveaway has started. We are giving away a Superman bust from Sideshow.
Wow.
And that is something that we are actually giving away for the month. It is actually called the Goodwill Thanksgiving giveaway. And that's just basically, you can, it is me and my boy Marcos from Collector Zone Cantina. All you have to do to enter is become a member of the Collector Zone Cantina on the Facebook group. Also become a member of the 1/6 Scale Man YouTube channel, as well as the Instagram page as well. And also just express a story. When we have to express the story on the Collector Zone Facebook channel of just an experience of goodwill, whether it's to your fellow man, your family member, and just that you've shown some level of goodwill and you've actually, done that for the community and those who are actually in need. And this is basically for the month of Thanksgiving. That giveaway will be given away the day before Thanksgiving as well. So
I love that.
You do have time to do it. So it's called the Goodwill Thanksgiving giveaway. So
by the way, we just got another super chat in from Mike, Mexican Iron Man himself. My God, Mike. He says, I just woke up on the East Coast. You guys are still going? Has even slept since we live streamed yesterday morning on Midnight's Edge? RMB, I freaking love you. Catching the replay now. Well, Mike, you know what? You make everything better. Mexican Iron Man, you know what? You bring what Tony Stark couldn't. You bring the spice. And I want to thank you. As a Mexican Iron Man, you bring the flamenco guitars, you bring the chili peppers, you bring everything that a Mexican Iron Man would bring to us. So thank you for your support. And why'd you get up? Why aren't you like lounging around in bed? It's Saturday morning now, brah. You should.
Well, he's probably working.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. People find you. Where are you going to show up next?
Well, you can always find me here on the Burnettwork with Midnight Metal.
I got so many videos that I've made and ready to upload. I'm sorry. I keep saying I'm gonna do it, but they're great. They're coming out this week.
Well, thank you. And Robert, I didn't get a chance to tell you this, but I did start my own channel.
You did?
Yes.
Where can people find you?
My channel is called Positive Fandom, and I will put the link in the chat.
That's a great title for a show.
Yes.
That's a great
Oh,
title.
you think so?
Yes, I love that.
Well,
Everyone go subscribe. Go to Positive Fandom, subscribe. She needs 4,000 hours of views and 1,000 subscribers. Do it now. Go. Do it now. Subscribe. Positive Fandom.
Oh my God, you guys are so nice.
Come on now. Does that mean you're not going to come on my channel anymore? Are you going to be gone?
No, it doesn't mean that.
Okay,
it doesn't
good.
mean that. It doesn't mean that at all. Actually, no, I'm still gonna be on the channel. Of course, I'm still gonna come on the channel.
All right, you better. Because
So,
Positive Fandom.
I'm always gonna be on Midnight Metal, Robert.
All right. Well, as long as that's true. I mean, everyone's leaving me. It's fine. It's fine. You just got to keep going.
No.
All right, kids, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gentle beings, kind souls, however you identify across the 28 known galaxies. I am going to bring an end to episode 60. Why is this show still going? Because of all of you. 60 of Midnight Metal. I want to thank Lael Rockwell. And I want to thank I can't believe I have two individuals like you doing the show with me on a Friday night.
Love
it's
it.
amazing. Pardon me, Saturday morning. I feel privileged and honored. I want to thank the two of you for doing this. These shows have turned into something quite good. I love the erudite conversation. I think we've elevated the discourse, and we've made something that is meaningful for people.
Yes.
And like I said, thanks for everyone who supports us via Super Chats and tips, and the moderators and everyone. And we're all part of the same Post-Geek Singularity community. And I love the fact that all of our communities we're different multiverses, and then we're all going to cross over. It's great.
Yes.
All of you should go see Eternals on the biggest screen you can. Enjoy it.
Yes.
Get back to us. Write us letters. We'll talk about them. And on that note, I too will go to bed. I want to thank you both.
Hold up. Real quick.
What's happening?
Robert, I put my Positive Fandom link in the chat. So if anybody wants to subscribe to Positive Fandom,
Do it now.
the link is there.
Go right now.
It
Subscribe.
says my new channel, Positive Fandom, and you can click on it and then subscribe.
What does Lael have?
Real quick. This was a gift that was actually sent to you. It was sent
What?
to me to get. It was a gift sent to me to give to you.
Wow.
Oh my goodness! From who?
Hang on.
It's from a Keith McRae.
Hang on. I'm just going to put you guys down like that.
So, yeah, this was basically it's a Mandalorian. It's a.
Is that a nightlight?
It's a Grogu. It's a watch.
Oh my god!
Oh
That's
my
so
god,
thoughtful!
dude. That is fucking. That is dope as fuck.
Oh my goodness! That's so kind.
Wow. That is awesome.
Yes, I have to. He sent it to me because he was like, "Well, I don't want it to seem weird, but I have a gift to give her. So could you give it to her for me?" And I was like, "Sure." So yes.
Oh my god!
I'm going to send it to you.
That is I didn't even know they made that. That's really cool.
Thank you so much. Wow, yeah, I'm so surprised by this.
I forgot all about it because
Wow.
It got here this week, so I'm going to actually send it to you.
Thank you so much. Wow, thank you. That is so generous and so kind to do that.
Yeah.
I so appreciate that.
Yeah, he knows that you basically love Grogu, so he actually sent it to me. He sent me and it's a little letter in here that says, "Appreciate you doing this. Thank you once again. Hope she likes it." Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
Can I interject? I learned something about this week. She's a massive fan of Titanic.
Yes.
Oh, really? Okay.
Now, I for the first time, Lego came out with a new Titanic Lego set. It's gigantic. I need to figure out a way to get you that set. Somebody should, and I want you to do a build video. I want you to build. Like I've seen people have done build videos where they speed it up. I want to see. I want you to talk. I don't want to see a speeded up video. It's going to take you like 8 hours to build it. I think you should do a long 8-hour stream for like charity or something, and just
I could do it
and just build Titanic and have it. I you know what? I haven't wanted to get a Lego set in a long time the way I want to get that Titanic set, but you should get it and build it online. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gents, boys and girls, let's end this stream. We'll all go to bed. Midnight Metal episode 60. We will be back next Friday.
Yes.
And we will see you then.
Let's go.
And I will end this stream.